Some discoveries begin as shadows on a sonar readout. A single outline that shouldn't exist. Walls too straight, corridors too measured to belong to nature. Divers learn quickly that the deeper you go, the more the sea insists on silence. Names vanish, dates collapse. All that survives are shapes carved into the dark, waiting for someone curious or reckless enough to look closer. Every expedition returned with the same confession. These ruins were older than any story we trusted, more precise than the tools we believed possible. Whole avenues sealed in silt, arches propped up by coral, vaults so deep the currents never stirred their dust. Before we start, tell me, where are you watching from right now, and what hour has found you here? Leave a comment below. Let's see how far these hidden places reach. From the floor of your room to the quietest trenches on Earth. Let's begin. Survey records first mentioned the outline in passing. A faint geometry under layers of silt, too regular to ignore. The research vessel drifted over the coordinates at dawn, dropping a network of sensors into the gloom. Each return pulse revealed a clearer silhouette, a basilica plan complete with a nave, transept, and what looked like a collapsed dome. No settlement had ever been recorded here. No trade routes crossed this part of the seabed, yet the foundations extended nearly 100 meters across, preserving proportions that hinted at a devotion no flood could erase. Divers descended in pairs, their lights catching on fragments of carved marble still lodged in the sediment. A line of columns rose out of the murk like sentinels, their capitals blank where iconography might once have glowed in paint or gold leaf. One diver described the sensation of passing between them as stepping into a dream, every movement muffled, every boundary dissolved into the weightless hush of water. Along the western wall, she found an inscription in letters half eroded by centuries of slow abrasion. No translation has ever been agreed upon, though some believe the language predated Greek, perhaps a tongue no one alive remembers. Archival footage recorded the way silt drifted across the mosaic floor, catching in the spaces between tesserae. Fish wove through the broken doorway and vanished down the central aisle. Nothing disturbed the impression that the basilica had waited here patiently, half entombed and wholly unclaimed. Some said the design echoed structures seen in Thracian hill forts, but no one could explain how a temple of this scale came to rest so far under the sea. Later surveys deployed a submersible, equipped with high-resolution cameras, pressing deeper into the ruins than any diver could safely endure. As the craft moved past the broken apse, its lights revealed a series of alcoves carved into the far wall. Each recess appeared to cradle a shape. Some resembled shattered urns, others the remains of statues so worn their faces had become featureless masks. The footage captured a single mosaic panel, still clinging to the wall, a tessellated pattern that seemed almost to ripple under the current. No central figure remained to anchor the design, only an array of abstract forms arranged around an empty space. When the images reached the surface, archaeologists debated whether the basilica had been a sacred site or a place of assembly for an unknown order. The foundations were cut from blocks of limestone that showed signs of quarrying techniques absent from any known Byzantine site. One analyst noted that the mortise cuts bore a peculiar angle, as though the builders had adapted tools never documented in the region. The hypothesis raised more questions than it resolved, yet no one could refute the measurements. At the center of the nave, silt had gathered into low drifts around a pedestal. A second expedition was organized to recover samples from the site, though the effort was met with uneasy glances from the crew. The sea had a way of making every motion feel provisional, as though any disturbance might erase the fragile architecture left behind. Divers reported sudden shifts in visibility, currents stirring silt into dense clouds without warning. One described hearing a low resonance, almost a vibration, thrumming through the limestone when he approached the transept. No equipment registered the sound, but the diver insisted it was real, a pulse he could feel in the bones of his skull. Recovered fragments included chips of marble from the column capitals, and a section of mosaic, no larger than a hand. Under microscopy, the tesserae revealed pigments that did not correspond to known Byzantine recipes. Tiny traces of an indigo compound, mixed with mineral ash, suggested a method of coloration lost to history. The find drew cautious excitement among researchers, who argued over whether the compound indicated trade with distant cultures or a local innovation that died with the flood. Beyond the nave, the submersible mapped side chamber almost entirely collapsed. Along its threshold, an inscription repeated in a sequence of characters, each shape distinct, but sharing an odd symmetry as though mirrored along a central axis. No scholar recognized the language. Some speculated it was a cipher meant to obscure the meaning from intruders. Others proposed it was a liturgical script invented by a short-lived sect. The chamber remained sealed by rubble, leaving its contents to speculation. Archival documents from regional archives hinted at floods that reshaped the Black Sea shoreline in sudden, violent surges. Some accounts described entire settlements swallowed in days, their names carried off with the rising water. The basilica's location matched none of those stories, as though it had been built knowing it would never be recorded. Even the shape of the columns defied easy classification, fluted on one side, smoothed flat on the other, suggesting a dual purpose no one could decipher. When a diver traced a gloved hand along the edge of the transept, the limestone flaked away in small petals of dust, exposing a polished underlayer. There, barely visible, ran a line of symbols too faint to photograph. The diver memorized their curves as best he could, sketching them later in the ship's galley by lantern light. His drawings would become the basis for all subsequent attempts at translation. Some researchers proposed the symbols were numeric, a record of offerings or congregation sizes. Others believed they marked a chronology, each figure a date lost to any surviving calendar. The pedestal at the heart of the basilica remained the most confounding element. Engineers confirmed it was carved from a single block of stone, its top incised with a spiral that deepened in a smooth descent to a central depression. Nowhere suggested an object had been rotated there. No scratches or chisel marks hinted at later interference. It stood as it had always stood, unmoved, unclaimed, and too deliberate to dismiss as ornament. During the third expedition, the team installed remote sensors along the nave to measure microcurrents and detect any seismic shifts that might further bury the site. The instruments returned stable readings, yet the divers described a sense of motion whenever they crossed the threshold. One likened it to the gentle roll of a ship in harbour, though the sea beyond the basilica was calm. Another claimed the water felt denser inside the ruin, as if the structure itself compressed the space around it. No data supported these impressions, but the accounts circulated in quiet conversations after the day's work. Video feeds recorded a moment when a shoal of lanternfish passed through the open doorway, their phosphorescence flickering across the mosaic floor. For an instant, the light revealed a pattern hidden by silt, radiating lines that converged on the pedestal, like pathways drawn in miniature. Analysts spent weeks reconstructing the design from still frames. When the full pattern emerged, it resembled a compass rose with no cardinal directions. The implications were left unstated in the official report. At the southern edge of the basilica, divers uncovered a narrow corridor sealed by a fallen lintel. Its entryway bore the same mirrored characters that marked the collapsed chamber on the opposite wall. An attempt to lift the debris failed when the winch cable snapped under the strain. The equipment was retrieved, but no further attempts were made that season. By then, funding had waned, and the crew had grown wary of the ruins' quiet resistance. In the end, the basilica remained as it was found, a submerged testament to intentions no one could name. Months passed before a fourth expedition could be organized, this time with a smaller crew and limited resources. The team brought new imaging arrays to capture micro-reliefs across the interior surfaces, hoping that texture alone might yield translations where photographs had failed. When the first scans were processed, a more complex picture emerged. What had appeared to be simple decorative bands on the columns proved to be a layered script, 3 overlapping sets of characters incised at different depths, as though each generation of builders had added their own record without erasing the past. Specialists in epigraphy pored over the renderings, tracing each shallow groove and deeper cut. A tentative theory arose that the inscriptions recorded a sequence of dedications or perhaps a litany recited as initiates crossed the threshold. One pattern recurred across nearly every pillar, an oval shape with radiating lines, identical to the compass-like motif glimpsed in the mosaic floor. No one could agree whether it symbolized a sun, a star, or something more abstract, an idea rather than an object. During the dive that gathered the last scans, a member of the team ventured farther into the collapsed side corridor than protocol allowed. His camera feed showed walls narrowing to a point, the limestone scored with more of the mirrored characters. The signal flickered and went dark for nearly 30 seconds before returning, the image clouded by disturbed silt. When he rejoined the group, he described hearing a distant chime, a resonance so faint he thought it was an artifact of his breathing apparatus. The logs recorded no such sound, but he insisted it had come from somewhere ahead, in the darkness he could not reach. When the team reviewed the divers' footage frame by frame, they found a brief anomaly, a single instant when the walls appeared to shimmer, the scored symbols blurring into a pattern none could replicate. Some argued it was an artifact of motion, a trick of the silt, as it billowed past the lens. Others remained unconvinced, noting the consistency of the distortion across multiple angles. In the report's appendix, an engineer recorded that the effect resembled interference patterns, as though some low-frequency vibration had rippled through the limestone itself. No further comment was made. The following days passed in a hush of mechanical routines. Gear checks, sensor calibration, the long descents into a space that seemed determined to remain hidden. Divers mapped each pillar, their lights catching on chips of gold leaf clinging to the joints between stones. The traces suggested that the basilica's interior had once glowed with ornament, a place of deliberate splendor, now reduced to a dim afterimage. At the threshold of the collapsed southern corridor, a small artifact emerged from the silt, a disc of hammered metal etched with the same oval and raised symbol repeated throughout the site. The diver who retrieved it described an almost magnetic resistance, as though the object wanted to stay where it lay. Analysis topside revealed a copper alloy, unremarkable in composition but shaped with a precision that defied the crude casting methods of the time. No one could say why such care had been taken for a token so easily lost. After the artifact was recovered, the team observed a curious change in the environment. Divers noted that the usual drift of particulate matter across the basilica floor seemed to slow, the water settling into an unnatural stillness. Instruments placed to measure microcurrents detected no measurable difference, yet every member of the expedition recorded the same impression in their logs. The ruin had become watchful. One diver refused to re-enter the nave, citing an unshakable conviction that something waited beyond the pedestal, just beyond the reach of their lights. Laboratory analysis of the copper disc revealed concentric ridges etched into its underside, invisible to the naked eye. Under magnification, the ridges formed a complex relief resembling a topographic map. When compared to modern bathymetric surveys, the pattern aligned with a deep basin, hundreds of miles from the basilica's location, a trench so remote that few vessels had ever charted its contours. The discovery raised questions no one could comfortably answer. Had the builders known of this trench? Had they charted it by means lost to history? Debate among the researchers turned to speculation that the disk might have served as a key or a guide, an object meant to connect the basilica to some other site now even deeper in darkness. Funding agencies hesitated to endorse further dives, wary of allocating resources to a project whose findings increasingly resisted coherent narrative. Yet the divers themselves remained drawn to the ruin, some admitting in private that they felt compelled to return, as though the basilica had become a point of reference, the first mark on a map no one had intended to follow. By the fifth expedition, the basilica had assumed a presence in the minds of the crew that none could fully dismiss. Even skeptics, who had joined to debunk its significance, found themselves drawn to the columns, studying the eroded inscriptions, as though a single hour in their company might yield understanding. The divers prepared to clear more rubble from the collapsed side chamber, convinced that some hidden chamber waited behind the sealed threshold. Each descent carried a hush that felt deeper than the water, a sense that the ruin was not merely a relic, but a place that had never entirely relinquished its purpose. When the debris was lifted away, The corridor beyond revealed walls polished to a sheen that caught every beam of light and sent it glancing in unpredictable angles. Along one wall, a sequence of niches had been carved, each containing a fragmentary object, a shard of colored glass, a sliver of polished obsidian, a curl of beaten metal. Nothing in the records suggested what these offerings had signified, or why they were arranged in such deliberate sequence. At the far end of the passage, the divers discovered an archway so narrow that only the smallest among them could pass. Inside waited a chamber no larger than a tomb, its floor inlaid with a mosaic, whose tiles shimmered in the lamplight. The design was composed of the same oval symbol, repeated in endless variation, each one surrounded by a halo of delicate lines that seemed to vibrate as the water shifted. No one spoke as the cameras recorded the room, aware that their presence marked the first intrusion since the sea had claimed it. Once the chamber had been fully documented, the team prepared to retrieve samples from the mosaic floor. Every movement was performed with exaggerated care, each brushstroke to remove silt, each placement of measuring rods, because the tiles seemed poised to fracture under even the gentlest pressure. As the lead diver adjusted the camera angle, he noticed something peculiar. The lines around each oval were not simply decorative. When seen from the doorway, they aligned into a continuous pattern, forming an intricate web that centered precisely over the pedestal in the nave beyond. The realization unsettled everyone in the control tent. The image suggested a purposeful connection between the chamber and the basilica's main hall, an axis of design meant to be understood only when the structure was intact. Some speculated the mosaic marked a ritual alignment, a way to focus attention or intention across the building's geometry. Others insisted it was a form of cartography, mapping a sequence of sites across a landscape that had long since drowned. That evening, the diver who had discovered the chamber returned to the surface pale and withdrawn. In the mess hall, he described an impression he could not name, a certainty that the ruin was not simply old, but unfinished, as though it had been constructed in anticipation of something that never arrived. When pressed, he grew evasive, unwilling to elaborate. His last words before retiring were spoken so softly that only the nearest colleague heard them. "It was waiting for us. I don't know how I know, but it was." After the diver's unsettling confession, the crew proceeded with caution, limiting their time within the chamber to brief intervals. Each visit yielded further curiosities. Along the mosaic's perimeter, minute channels had been cut into the limestone, forming a shallow network that traced the edges of the design. When dye was introduced to test for water movement, it flowed along these channels in precise pathways, converging into a central depression that mirrored the spiral groove atop the nave's pedestal. The phenomenon suggested a system designed to direct liquid across the floor, perhaps as part of a ceremony or process long forgotten. Speculation grew that the basilica had served more than a spiritual function, that its builders had engineered a convergence of material and symbol, a mechanism as much as a sanctuary. Archival researchers scoured regional folklore, uncovering fragments of legend that spoke of a water that remembers carried in sealed vessels by those who fled rising tides. No direct link to the site was established, but the story clung to the margins of the expedition's notes, unsettling in its persistence. While divers worked, the submersible was dispatched to survey the surrounding seabed, mapping outlying structures partially obscured by sediment. Preliminary scans revealed other rectilinear outlines, walls and foundations stretching away into darkness. Some appeared to form roads or colonnades that connected to nothing, the last evidence of a settlement whose name had vanished before any scribe could record it. When the team gathered each night to review the data, the same hush settled over the room, a shared awareness that their exploration was less a discovery than a trespass. The next phase of exploration focused on the submerged avenues, radiating from the basilica's perimeter. Each corridor revealed variations in construction, some paved in limestone slabs worn smooth by currents, others laid with smaller stones arranged in patterns that dissolved beyond recognition. One path terminated in an abrupt drop-off where the seabed sloped into a deeper trench, the darkness below unbroken, even when floodlights were lowered. The submersible pilot noted that the descent felt steeper than sonar indicated, as though the terrain itself resisted accurate measurement. Divers retrieved samples from the paving stones and discovered them interlaced with veins of a mineral compound not commonly found in the region. The presence of the material hinted at quarrying practices that required transportation over distances scholars had not believed possible for the period. Each analysis drew the timeline further back, suggesting the basilica's construction predated known Byzantine settlement by centuries, if not millennia. The implications were left deliberately vague in official dispatches to funding bodies, who had already grown wary of the project's widening scope. On the final dive of the season, a current stirred the silt across one avenue, revealing a line of inset markers, small circular depressions arranged with unsettling precision. When mapped, they traced a perfect arc toward the basilica's main entrance. A geologist on the crew proposed the markers had once anchored a colonnade or a barrier, a guide for processions. Yet no fragments of supporting columns remained, only the ghostly impressions in stone. As the divers ascended, one paused to look back. Later, he struggled to describe why the avenue seemed to lead not just to the basilica but beyond it, as though the ruin were merely the threshold to something deeper still. When the expedition resumed the following year, the research vessel anchored farther out, deploying submersibles to explore the avenues in greater detail. The high-resolution sonar revealed secondary structures branching from the main thoroughfares, low walls enclosing spaces too regular to be natural formations. Some held what appeared to be platforms or shallow basins, their edges chamfered in the same style as the basilica's pedestal. In the control tent, the team cross-referenced their new data with older charts and began to sketch a layout that resembled an entire precinct, a ceremonial quarter drowned so thoroughly that no trace remained in terrestrial records. The deeper trenches proved more enigmatic. At the base of the steepest descent, the sonar registered a cavity in the limestone substrate, nearly circular and measuring over 10 meters across. No diver had the clearance to investigate it directly, but the submersible relayed images of what looked like steps descending into darkness. The footage flickered and cut out intermittently, as though the water itself interfered with transmission. When the pilot reviewed the recording later, he noted that the cavity seemed unnaturally smooth, its curvature too precise to be a fault in the rock. Further analysis of the retrieved samples showed traces of marine organisms typically found at greater depths, implying that the trench's environment had changed radically over the millennia. One researcher proposed that the entire basin had once been a sheltered lagoon, later inundated by a catastrophic surge. The theory aligned with the legends of sudden flooding, but raised a more unsettling question. If the basilica had been built when the land was dry, what compelled its architects to place their grandest structure on ground so vulnerable to the sea? The following weeks were marked by a growing unease among the crew. Each discovery seemed to add another layer of ambiguity, rather than clarity. Divers reported the same disorienting sensations as before: currents that reversed without warning, shadows that shifted against the seafloor in ways no light source could explain. One technician monitoring the sonar arrays described a moment when every return pulse vanished, replaced by a blank field of silence. The anomaly lasted less than a minute, but it left her reluctant to resume her post. Attention turned again to the chamber with the mosaic floor. A final series of high-frequency scans revealed the channels etched between the tiles extended farther beneath the visible surface. When software reconstructed the pattern in 3 dimensions, it showed a labyrinth of conduits running down into the limestone, their purpose unclear. The configuration did not match any known drainage or irrigation system, nor did it appear decorative. Some speculated the channels were meant to convey liquid or fine material in a controlled flow, a ritual function whose meaning had dissolved along with the names of those who built it. On the last dive before winter seas closed the site, a small team attempted to trace the conduits as far as possible. As they worked, one diver paused over the central depression in the mosaic, watching a thin column of sediment drift slowly downward. When she adjusted her torch, she saw that the silt did not scatter but settled into the spiral groove as though drawn by an unseen pull. The image of that quiet rotation remained with her long after she returned to the surface, an emblem of something she could not articulate, a patience deeper than any current, a memory the sea had not yet learned to forget. By the time the expedition concluded for the season, the basilica had become more than an archaeological curiosity. It existed in the minds of the crew as a place apart, a space that seemed to resist the language used to categorize it. The final reports were meticulous in detail, yet hollow in their conclusions. Each measurement and scan confirmed what no one wished to say outright, that the ruin could not be fitted into any established chronology, nor could its purpose be defined by the frameworks of known belief. The last act before departure was the placement of monitoring equipment around the pedestal and the mosaic chamber, devices designed to record even the smallest seismic shifts. As the divers secured the sensors, one knelt to inspect the spiral groove once more. He placed his hand over the depression at its center and felt a faint vibration, like the echo of something distant but persistent. He later described it as the sensation of a chord strummed far below hearing, a frequency that rose through the stone into his bones. The logs made no mention of this account, but in private, the divers spoke of it in hushed voices, wary of seeming unmoored from reason. When the ship finally pulled anchor, the basilica disappeared beneath the swell in a matter of minutes. To casual observers, nothing betrayed the existence of an ancient hall waiting in the dark. Only the quiet wake spreading across the water hinted that anything had been disturbed. In the weeks that followed, no one could quite leave it behind. Even miles inland, the thought of that submerged threshold persisted, a reminder that the ocean's memory is vast, and that some ruins wait not to be found, but to be remembered. Survey teams first documented the causeways as little more than erratic ridges stretching across the silty expanse of the North Sea. Early sonar passes dismissed them as glacial deposits, unremarkable scars left by the retreat of ancient ice. But as more detailed imaging accumulated, a different picture emerged. The ridges ran too straight, their angles too deliberate to be dismissed as accident. When the bathymetric data was rendered in 3 dimensions, it revealed a network of intersecting paths, some nearly a kilometre in length, laid out in patterns no current could have arranged. What unsettled the researchers most was their depth. At nearly 40 metres below the modern seabed, the structures had been buried for millennia beneath layers of sediment, their outlines preserved only because the water had kept them hidden. No chronicles or folk histories mention their construction, and yet the geometry implied a settled culture with the resources to shape the land in ways no Mesolithic population was thought to have attempted. Even the composition of the causeways confounded analysis. Stone slabs quarried miles inland, their edges squared and joined without visible mortar, laid end to end across what had once been a vast plain. When divers descended to the first mapped segment, visibility collapsed to less than a metre. Each torch beam caught only drifting clouds of silt and the ghostly edges of stone curbs. But when the water settled, the path appeared, narrow, precise, vanishing into the gloom in a line so straight it defied the restless motion of the sea. For a moment it seemed less a ruin than a promise, a road meant to be followed by those willing to walk where no record remained. Subsequent dives revealed more of the same quiet order, slabs so evenly placed that each joint seemed measured to the width of a hand. In places, the path widened into what might once have been platforms or junctions, their surfaces etched by currents into rippling patterns like a second skin. Some sections were fractured, their stones shifted by the slow weight of silt and time, but even in collapse, the lines held. It was as if the causeways had been constructed to endure not only the disappearance of the land, but the forgetting of every purpose they served. Samples retrieved from the deeper segments showed tooling marks inconsistent with the crude flint implements of the known Mesolithic toolkit. Under magnification, the striations revealed a regularity more akin to later Bronze Age work, yet radiocarbon samples of organic deposits in adjacent layers returned dates thousands of years older. In the conference rooms where the findings were presented, scholars grew quiet. No one would commit to the implications, and so the reports used neutral terms: anomaly, unexplained variance, provisional dating. At night, the divers reviewed footage in the dim glow of the mess hall monitors. In the silence, the images seemed to hold a gravity beyond their visible forms. Each straight run of stone, each measured interval, pressed the same question to the front of every mind: who built these roads across a land that no longer exists, and what did they expect to find at the end? On the longest stretch of the mapped network, divers discovered a series of depressions cut into the slabs at regular intervals, each hollow measured precisely the width of a human foot, as though intended to guide travelers across the slick stone surface. Some hollows were shallow, worn smooth, as if by countless repetitions. Others retained crisp edges, protected by the silt that had buried them. The pattern suggested something more than a thoroughfare. It hinted at ceremony, at processions that had crossed the plain in an age before the rising seas stole it away. Near one junction, a cluster of upright stones emerged from the sediment. Arranged in a crescent, they faced east, the orientation consistent across every example documented. No carvings remained to confirm their purpose, but the alignment was too precise to dismiss. Some theorized they marked a boundary between zones of settlement or trade. Others argued they were ritual markers, the last traces of a language no one had the chance to record. In the hush of the North Sea, the question lingered without answer. When the currents shifted, visibility cleared just long enough for the divers to glimpse the causeway's vanishing point, where the road disappeared beneath a collapsed embankment of silt and clay. No diver had yet crawled beyond that barricade. As the lamps swung in the dark water, the impression was unmistakable. The path continued on the other side, undisturbed, waiting for hands patient enough to unbury it. Further excavations relied on submersible-mounted dredges, delicate instruments that could peel away silt without collapsing the surrounding layers. Each pass of the machinery exposed more of the same impossible regularity. Slabs precisely interlocked, edges smoothed with a skill that defied the timelines printed in textbooks. The work was slow, measured in centimeters rather than meters, but with every cleared section the scale of the undertaking became harder to deny. In the laboratory set up on the research vessel, analysts pieced together fragments of organic material recovered from fissures in the causeways, seeds, bits of woven fiber, the charred remains of something that might once have been a wooden marker. Carbon dating suggested an age at least 8,000 years older than the earliest known settlement in the region. When the results circulated, they were met with an uncomfortable silence. The idea that a people with no recorded name had engineered roads across a plain that vanished before memory itself was a claim too large to accept, yet too meticulously documented to ignore. At twilight, when the last dives of the day ended, the crew often stood along the rail of the ship, staring at the flat horizon. Under the surface, an entire world lay sealed in darkness, avenues that no foot had touched in more time than any civilization had lasted. One diver later wrote in her journal that she felt the sea itself was not so much concealing the roads as preserving them, holding them in suspension until someone could finally ask the right question. As the excavation progressed, the divers began to note subtle changes in the environment around the causeways. The usual drift of marine life seemed to thin in their vicinity, as if the local fish and invertebrates avoided the slabs entirely. In dives recorded over successive weeks, the cameras captured the same hush, a stillness not explained by tide or season. The effect was most pronounced near the junctions, where the pathways converged into broad plazas of stone. Here, the silt lay undisturbed in smooth sheets, unbroken even by the passage of curious creatures. In the largest of these plazas, the divers discovered a single pillar fallen onto its side. The shaft was carved from a pale sandstone that did not match the limestone of the causeways, suggesting it had been transported from a distant quarry. Along its length, faint striations hinted at a vanished surface treatment, perhaps a layer of pigment or an inlay long since dissolved by seawater. When the team measured the pillars' proportions, they found them consistent with later Neolithic markers used to define communal boundaries or ceremonial grounds. But no known culture had ever set such markers here. That evening, as the crew pored over sonar maps, the alignment of the causeways began to reveal a larger geometry. Lines radiated outward from the central plaza, intersecting at angles too deliberate to dismiss as chance. One researcher quietly traced the pattern onto a transparency, overlaying it with the known Paleau coastlines of Doggerland. Where the roads vanished under sediment, her pencil continued the lines, and in that simple act, she glimpsed what no record had preserved: a planned landscape, a network designed with a purpose no one alive could name. The discovery of the pillar reframed every assumption the expedition had carried into the project. What had begun as an effort to document isolated anomalies had grown into the revelation of a coordinated effort, one that demanded knowledge of surveying, quarrying, and transport, on a scale no Mesolithic society was believed to possess. The team convened nightly briefings to debate the possibilities, their discussions edged with the quiet urgency that arises when certainty starts to slip. While the sonar arrays mapped the remaining corridors, divers retrieved samples of the pillar's surface. Microscopic analysis revealed traces of an ochre-based compound worked into the grooves, pigment resilient enough to survive thousands of years underwater in protected crevices. The find suggested that the marker had once been brightly painted, a beacon visible across the open plain. Whether it had been a guide, a boundary, or an altar could not be resolved. In the absence of any inscription, its purpose remained locked in speculation. At dawn, before the engines stirred and the deck came alive with preparations, some of the crew gathered to watch the water smooth itself over the site. One diver later admitted he found the stillness unsettling, a mirror that refused to reveal what lay below. He described the sense that the sea was aware of their intrusion, patient in a way that outlasted any human curiosity. It was a sentiment many shared in private, an intuition that the causeways had never truly been abandoned, only waiting for the moment when someone would walk them again. The final phase of the season's work focused on the deeper junctions, where the causeways converged before disappearing under a long ridge of compacted sediment. Divers employed low-pressure excavation tools to peel back the accumulated layers, millimeter by millimeter, revealing a network of smaller pathways branching off the main avenues. Each side corridor measured less than a meter wide, bordered by rows of small standing stones, their tops worn to uneven nubs by age and tide. No other site in the region displayed such complexity. In one of these narrow passages, a diver uncovered an object unlike any retrieved before, a fragment of carved bone, shaped into a flat plaque and pierced at one end. The artifact was lifted carefully to the surface, where it was cleaned under magnification. Incised lines crossed its surface in a regular grid, intersecting to form a lattice of rectangles. Whether the marks represented a form of counting, a map, or something more abstract, no one could say. A single radiocarbon sample placed its age at over 9,000 years, forcing the project's lead archaeologists to concede, at last, that the site predated every known settlement by millennia. Each evening, the crew returned to their quarters burdened by a quiet awe. In their dreams, the causeways stretched on, the straight lines never breaking, the stone never giving way to sea or silt. Some awoke convinced they had walked the roads themselves, feeling the cold precision of each slab underfoot. And when dawn broke, and the ship's lights once more pierced the depths, it was with a sense that they were not so much discovering the causeways as being led along them, step by deliberate step. As the season ended, the final dives concentrated on the southernmost extension of the causeways, where sonar suggested the foundations curved back toward the deeper basin at the shelf's edge. No diver had yet traced the arc in its entirety. The currents here were unpredictable, rising in slow spirals that obscured visibility and forced the team to retreat repeatedly. When a brief window of calm arrived, the lead diver and his partner descended with fresh tanks, determined to map the final segment before winter storms made further work impossible. Moving slowly along the edge of the ridge, they followed the line of standing stones until the causeway widened into a platform unlike any other they had found. The floor was set with large flat panels of polished stone, each nearly a meter across, fitted together so seamlessly that no silt had penetrated their joints. In the center, a low pedestal rose, shaped from the same pale sandstone as the pillar found weeks earlier. Though half its height had sheared away in some ancient upheaval, its base remained intact, etched with the same grid-like pattern seen on the bone plaque. The repetition of the motif suggested intent, some language of shape and proportion, whose grammar no one alive could decipher. As the divers documented the platform, a silt cloud unfurled along the perimeter, momentarily obscuring the lights. In the brief darkness, both felt the same conviction, a certainty that the causeways did not end here, but rather descended into the deeper basin beyond the shelf. No record survived to explain what purpose the roads had served, but standing in that hush of moving water, it was easy to believe they had been built to guide the last of Doggerland's people to a destination no map had ever recorded. When the final footage was reviewed aboard the ship, the details of the southern platform stirred new debate among the researchers. The grid etched into the pedestal matched no known system of measurement, and yet the proportions held to an internal logic, a spacing so regular it suggested not improvisation, but a standard passed down through generations. One geospatial analyst proposed that the pattern represented a model of the causeway network itself, a scale rendering set into stone as both reference and record. The hypothesis drew murmured agreement, though no one could explain why such a map would be hidden in the most remote corner of the site. Later that evening, the sonar team processed the last returns from the basin beyond the platform. In the blurred echoes, a faint ridge rose out of the seafloor, curving away in a line that matched the orientation of the causeways above. Though the resolution was too poor to confirm, the shape resembled another avenue, buried deeper still, preserved beyond reach of even the most ambitious excavation. When the images were projected onto the plotting table, a hush fell across the room. The shape was unmistakable. The roads did not end in the basin. They began there. No diver ventured to explore the trench before the season closed. The weather had turned, and each attempt was beaten back by currents too violent to defy. In the final hours before the ship weighed anchor, the crew stood along the rail, watching the water settle into its indifferent calm. Somewhere under that blank surface lay the first marks of a culture no chronicles remembered, a memory sealed in darkness, waiting for the day someone would come to finish the journey. Those vanished hands had begun. Long after the expedition had returned to shore, the data continued to circulate through quiet circles of specialists, geologists who studied sediment layering, linguists drawn to the grid-like carvings, and marine archaeologists who recognized the scale of the discovery but hesitated to claim it openly. Among the thousands of hours of footage, one sequence drew the most scrutiny: a brief pass over the southern basin, where the sonar had traced the ghostly outline of a buried avenue. The image was grainy, but the proportions aligned perfectly with the known roads above. Funding proposals were drafted and redrafted in the months that followed, each one straining to justify the cost of an excavation that might confirm what no one yet dared to say aloud: that a culture capable of large-scale engineering had once inhabited the plains swallowed by the North Sea. Detractors dismissed the idea as an indulgence, an attempt to retrofit significance onto scattered stones, but those who had stood on the causeways themselves knew better. No accident could have shaped the avenues, the platforms, the standing markers aligned to cardinal points. Late one evening, the lead diver returned to the ship's logbook, leafing through the entries in the hush of the empty lab. Each line of notes recorded dates and depths, coordinates and samples, but between the measurements lay something harder to quantify: the intuition that the roads had been built to guide, not merely to connect, to guide a people across a landscape that was always fated to drown. He closed the logbook with care, aware that no document could capture the quiet gravity of those last moments on the seafloor, the sense that the paths waited still, patient as the tides that had hidden them for 9,000 years. When preparations began for a return expedition, the research vessel's manifest included equipment no prior mission had attempted to deploy at the site: sub-bottom profilers capable of imaging meters beneath the silt, and autonomous rovers programmed to trace any buried structures, the sonar suggested. Each new instrument carried the same question, folded into its purpose: what lay beyond the final ridge? and why had it been hidden with such deliberate permanence? No one voiced the fear that nothing would be found, that the blurred outlines were tricks of sediment and current. Privately, many believed that the trench held the true heart of the causeways. As the ship slipped back into the North Sea, divers reviewed the previous season's recordings, noting details they had overlooked in their exhaustion. A pattern emerged in the placement of the standing stones, each positioned at intervals that matched the width of the central platform's grid. This alignment suggested a system of measurement no one had recognized, a logic encoded in stone and proportion rather than language. The realization lent weight to the idea that the roads had been planned not as mere transit routes, but as an integrated monument, a testament to a knowledge that predated all written memory. When the submersible was deployed over the southern basin, its cameras recorded the same unsettling clarity as before, a gentle slope descending into darkness, the contours of a causeway just visible where the silt thinned. Even through the live feed, the image felt uncanny, an avenue so well preserved it seemed to await the return of its builders. One technician, her voice hushed, murmured what others were thinking, that the roads were not ruins at all, but instructions left behind for a future no one had yet imagined. In the early hours of the following day, the autonomous rover was lowered into the basin, its tethers unreeling, in measured increments, as the deck crew watched the monitors in tense silence. The descent took nearly an hour, the cameras recording layer upon layer of stratified silt, each band a testament to centuries of submergence. At last the feed steadied, revealing the buried causeway in stark relief, a corridor framed by low retaining walls that rose out of the seafloor like the ribs of some enormous long-dead creature. As the rover advanced, its lights swept across the stone slabs, illuminating details no diver had ever seen. Shallow grooves carved into the surfaces, their parallel lines spaced with the same geometric precision as the grid on the southern platform. The grooves ran uninterrupted for dozens of meters, curving gently as the causeway descended farther into the trench. In the control room, the team traced each contour on their displays, the hush broken only by the soft click of keystrokes and the occasional intake of breath. Halfway through its programmed survey, the rover paused over a section where the retaining walls flared outward, forming an alcove on either side. In each alcove rested a single standing stone, still upright, despite the eons that had pressed against them. The stones bore no carving visible to the cameras, but their symmetry and placement left little doubt. The builders had marked this spot with intention. Whether it was an entrance, a boundary or a place of observance no one could yet say. But as the rover's lights caught the smooth faces of those monoliths, the same thought rose unbidden in every mind. This was not the work of chance or erosion, but the expression of a design older than the sea itself. When the rover resumed its slow progress down the causeway, the atmosphere in the control tent shifted from anticipation to something more reverent, as though each new meter of exposed stone carried the weight of an unspoken vow. The corridor narrowed again, its retaining walls rising higher until they nearly brushed the edges of the rover's lights. Here the grooves etched into the slabs became deeper, their channels intersecting to form branching patterns no one recognized, designs that looked less like ornament and more like notation. At intervals, the rover paused to capture high-resolution images of these markings. Analysts in the adjoining lab worked in silence, enlarging each frame until the stone's granular texture resolved in crisp detail. One specialist in prehistoric cartography ventured a tentative observation. The patterns bore resemblance to archaic watercourse maps, schematics for guiding seasonal floods through cultivated plains. But no known culture had ever created such diagrams on causeway floors, and no evidence suggested the Doggerland Shelf had been farmed at this scale. The observation remained speculative, scribbled into the margins of the day's report rather than the body. Toward the end of its survey, the rover approached the lowest reach of the trench. The retaining walls fell away there, giving onto an expanse of level stone, an open terminus that seemed to wait, untroubled by the thousand tides that had buried it. In the center, a single standing pillar rose intact. Unlike the others, this one bore a groove spiraling from its base to the top, as though something had once been threaded there and turned in slow ritual. The image lingered on the monitors, the glow of the floodlights limning every curve. No one spoke for a long while. There was no need. The pillar said enough. Long after the rover had completed its survey and the equipment was stowed, the images of that final pillar remained fixed in the minds of everyone aboard. The spiral groove, too deliberate to dismiss as decorative, felt like the last gesture of a culture determined to leave a mark that no flood could wash away. In the quiet of the ship's lab, the team examined the footage frame by frame, searching for any tool mark or fracture that might explain its purpose. None appeared. The groove's edges were smooth, worn by time but still unbroken, a testament to an artistry no records remembered. One theory emerged late that night, proposed in a hushed voice over steaming mugs of coffee, that the groove had been meant to cradle a cord or chain wound in slow revolutions. Perhaps it anchored a marker, or perhaps it was part of a device designed to measure something, time, tide, or movement across the vanished plane. No one claimed certainty, but the suggestion struck a chord. When the image of the pillar was compared with the etched grids and grooves found higher up the causeways, the possibility of a unifying system, a shared language of measurement, became harder to dismiss. By dawn the ship's decks were alive with preparations to depart. Weather reports predicted a gale by nightfall, and the North Sea had little patience for hesitation. As the last cables were hauled aboard, the lead diver stood for a moment at the rail, staring into the pale chop of the waves. He thought of the avenues stretching unseen below, the cold precision of the stones, the way the roads converged on that single spiral column. For a moment he felt as if the sea itself were holding its breath, waiting for someone to finish the work begun in an age before memory. When the engines finally rumbled to life, and the ship turned away from the coordinates that had consumed so many months, no one spoke. Each person along the rail watched the grey water swallow the last marker buoy, aware that their departure did not close the story, only paused it. In the logbooks, the site was catalogued as a complex of anomalous structures, an official language meant to contain what no terminology could truly define. Beneath the careful phrasing and clipped summaries lay an understanding few could admit aloud, that the roads were more than relics. They were an inheritance, left in trust for an age that might remember how to read them. Back on shore, the data passed from hand to hand in quiet exchanges. Marine surveyors traced the alignments over reconstructed paleomaps, testing the idea that the avenues connected settlements long lost to the sea. Archaeologists speculated about the spiral pillar's purpose, proposing models of ritual, measurement, and navigation. Each hypothesis only led to further questions, the kind that grew heavier the longer they were studied. Months later, long after the ship had berthed for winter refit, the lead diver returned alone to the archives, where the expedition's recordings were stored. In the hush of the viewing room, he cued the footage of the final pillar, watching the slow sweep of the rover's light as it circled the groove carved into stone. As the shadows shifted and the spiral gleamed in cold relief, he felt again the same sensation that had haunted the last day on site, that the causeways did not merely point backward into history, but forward into a future no map had yet imagined. When satellite surveys first identified the submerged ruins near Pavlopetri, the focus remained on the well-known city plan, rows of blocky foundations, paved courtyards, and the outlines of houses familiar from textbooks. It was only in the periphery of those scans that a stranger geometry emerged, hidden beyond the mapped boundaries, in a shelf of limestone thought too deep for habitation. There, in the margin between explored and unexplored, the sonar returned shapes unlike any in the main settlement, vaulted arcs and pillar bases arranged with unsettling symmetry. Divers dispatched to ground truth the data described the descent as entering a second city, older in aspect and built on a scale that dwarfed the domestic ruins above. Great marble columns lay half buried in silt, their capitals still adorned with faint scalloped fluting that caught the lamplight. Between them, a network of flagstone floors extended in a grid that implied public use, a space designed for gathering, not for dwelling. The air supply dwindled quickly in the depth, forcing the team to retreat before a full survey could be attempted. Samples taken from a fallen architrave revealed a quarry source no longer accessible by land, suggesting that the marble had been transported by methods unrecorded in any surviving accounts. Analysts noted the tooling marks, smooth, precise, as though worked with implements finer than bronze chisels. No inscription named the builders, and no known settlement claimed this quarter. It had endured in darkness, preserved by the silt that buried it before any chronicler could write its purpose into memory. Once the first images circulated among the marine archaeology teams, the site took on a reputation that hovered between curiosity and quiet dread. The proportions of the marble halls felt uncanny, columns set at intervals longer than any temple, flagstones stretching in uninterrupted spans wider than the known agora above. Some suggested it was a ceremonial plaza, but others whispered that the scale implied a purpose beyond ritual, perhaps something administrative or astronomical, a space whose function had been erased by the sea. When a second expedition returned with improved equipment, divers traced the arc of the main corridor deeper into the gloom. There, along the northern edge of the hall, they discovered a series of stone plinths set in a curving line. Each was topped by a fragmentary base, suggesting statues that had long since toppled or dissolved. In the flicker of the floodlights, the plinths resembled the vertebrae of some vast creature laid to rest. No decorative reliefs survived to hint at what figures once stood there, only a line of shallow sockets where metal pins had anchored them to the stone. In the lab aboard the ship, technicians examined a fragment retrieved from one of the plinths, a wedge of carved marble bearing a single incised groove. Under magnification, the cut resolved into parallel striations so fine that no known chisel could have produced them. The markings did not match Hellenistic or Minoan craftsmanship. They belonged to no typology anyone could identify. As the sample was catalogued, a hush settled over the workbench. The object felt less like a relic than a question, posed by hands no record had preserved. In the days that followed, the divers continued their methodical survey, mapping each corridor and documenting the way the flagstones extended into side chambers, choked with silt. The deeper they ventured, the more the architecture diverged from familiar forms. One chamber revealed a sequence of parallel channels cut into the floor, each the width of a man's arm, running from the entrance to a recess in the far wall. Some hypothesized they were drainage gullies. Others suggested they might have held offerings or vessels for unknown rites. The chambers were too collapsed to allow further exploration, and the divers emerged from each descent with the same impression, that the place was not merely abandoned but unfinished, as if its purpose had been interrupted before it could be named. At the southernmost end of the complex, the submersible's lights caught on a free-standing arch. Unlike the columns elsewhere, this structure remained intact, its keystone perfectly wedged after untold centuries under pressure. Along the curve of the arch, faint inscriptions traced a sequence of symbols that no one could read, characters partway between geometric abstraction and some lost alphabet. When the images were relayed topside, a linguist on the crew spent hours comparing them to linear A, only to conclude that no correlation existed. On the last dive of the week, as visibility began to waver with the incoming tide, a diver hovered before the archway, recording its dimensions. For a moment she felt the pressure of the sea lessen, as though the weight of the water receded in some intangible way. She described the sensation later as stepping into an interval between seconds, a hush that seemed to listen back. No instrument registered the change, but the impression remained with her long after the ship turned for shore, a private certainty that some thresholds are designed not only to be crossed, but to remind the traveller how small they have always been. After the archway was recorded, attention shifted to a series of low platforms arranged along the eastern flank of the hall. Each platform was constructed of marble blocks so finely joined that no sediment had worked between them in all the centuries of their burial. The platforms were uniform in size and height, but what stood upon them had long since vanished. The divers found only shallow recesses, regular as teeth, where some apparatus or sculpture had once been anchored. No tool marks remained to betray how the objects were removed or destroyed. One evening, The ship's archaeologist assembled the collected data into a composite rendering. As the hall took shape in 3 dimensions on the screen, a pattern emerged. The platforms formed an arc around the intact arch, as if designed to draw movement toward the threshold. The realization lent a new gravity to the site, suggesting that this was not merely a civic space but a processional route, perhaps a place of initiation or passage from one state to another. Even among seasoned researchers, the implications raised an unspoken discomfort. The scale implied planning on a level of resources and knowledge unrecorded in any known settlement of the era. Before the expedition ended, the divers returned once more to the arch, determined to capture every detail before winter storms rendered the site inaccessible. As the last lamp was fixed to the base, a sudden surge of current swept through the chamber, lifting centuries of fine silt in a slow-moving cloud. In the minutes before the haze reclaimed the marble, the lights caught something the divers had not noticed: a thin channel running beneath the threshold, cut so precisely it appeared machined. When measured, it aligned exactly with the grooves in the platform floor, forming a continuous conduit from one end of the hall to the other. The discovery raised a final, unanswerable question: what had once flowed through that hidden path, and why had the builders taken such care to conceal its design beneath so much stone? When the divers surfaced, they carried with them the last high-resolution scans of the concealed channel beneath the archway. In the ship's lab, the imaging team overlaid the measurements onto the composite rendering of the hall. The channel traced a line so exact, it defied coincidence, running from the recessed platforms across the chamber, beneath the intact arch, and into the labyrinth of collapsed side corridors beyond. No scholar could agree on its function, but the precision of its alignment was undeniable. Some argued it had been part of a hydraulic system, others a symbolic path for offerings or processions. Yet the absence of any precedent in the region made each hypothesis feel as fragile as the silt that had hidden the stones. As the weather worsened, the final dives were conducted in hurried shifts. Each descent into the hall carried the sense of intruding on a place that had never intended to be rediscovered. Divers reported the same uncanny impressions: currents that shifted without warning, the sensation of movement at the periphery of their lamps, as though the water itself responded to their presence. One diver, reviewing his footage, paused on a frame where a swirl of silt appeared to coil purposefully along the channel's path, before dissolving into turbulence. He said nothing of it to the others, preferring to let the image remain an unanswered thought. On the morning the ship departed, the captain took a final sounding over the site. The echo returned the familiar profile of the marble hall. Columns toppled in rows, the single arch still upright among the drift. For a moment he imagined the space restored, the threshold swept clean, the pillars crowned again with carved capitals, the channels gleaming with whatever liquid or light they were meant to carry. But as the engines thrummed and the horizon began to tilt, the vision faded, leaving only the unquiet certainty that the hall had not been erased by accident. It had been set aside, entombed in darkness until someone willing to look closely might understand why. When the expedition's records were finally compiled, the lead archaeologist included a note of caution buried in the last pages of the report that the site defied easy categorization, and that any attempt to force its anomalies into known frameworks risked flattening something essential. The marble halls did not fit the established typologies of Minoan Mycenaean or Hellenistic civic spaces. They were something else, built with a different intention, preserved by an accident of rising seas and shifting sands. In the months that followed, copies of the report circulated among a handful of institutions. Some dismissed its findings as misinterpretation of natural formations, but most reserved judgment, unwilling to say for certain that such engineering had been impossible so long before the known city above. Meanwhile, the ship's crew went on to other assignments. Yet more than one diver admitted privately that the hall haunted them. In quiet moments the memory returned, the hush of the thresholds, the gleam of the hidden channel, the sense of standing in a place made not merely to endure but to endure unseen. A place designed, perhaps, to outlast not just the builders, but the very stories that might have explained it. The last record of the season was an entry scrawled in a waterproof notebook, later scanned and filed away with the formal data. The diver who had discovered the groove beneath the arch, had written only a single sentence. The words were cramped from cold and exhaustion, but the meaning was plain enough. It feels like a place meant to be remembered later, when the sea has taken everything else. Months passed before a follow-up expedition could be organized. By then, winter storms had shifted the seabed in subtle ways, redistributing silt over corridors the divers had once mapped in clean relief. When the team returned to the coordinates, they found the marble floors obscured, the hidden channels sealed again under a gauze of fine sediment. It took days of careful dredging before the outlines re-emerged, each sweep of the nozzles revealing more of the same uncanny order, stones laid in perfect planes, grooves that traced deliberate lines from chamber to chamber. The submersible was deployed to probe the collapsed side corridors beyond the main hall. As its cameras panned over the rubble, they caught glimpses of partial vaults, their arches broken but not collapsed entirely. Some segments appeared to retain their original curvature, preserved under the weight of debris that had shielded them from the scouring of the tides. In one such cavity, a fragment of marble lay exposed, polished to a luster so fine it still caught the light like water. No one could say whether it had once been part of a statue, a table, or some more esoteric device, but the smoothness of the surface, unmarred by any chisel mark, defied explanation. On the last day of the expedition, as the final sonar sweeps were conducted, a researcher noticed that the proportions of the hall and its adjoining chambers conformed to a harmonic ratio known in later architectural treatises. How such a principle had been applied centuries before those writings was a question no one attempted to answer. It was entered in the report without commentary, a single notation that the marble halls belonged to an order of knowledge, unrecorded by the civilizations that came later to build above their buried foundations. As the season's final dives began, the ship settled into a rhythm of cautious routine. Each morning, divers descended with the same sense of expectancy, knowing the sight would reveal only what the sea permitted. On the penultimate dive, a small team worked along the northern wall, where a shelf of limestone protruded at an odd angle. In the shifting silt, one diver brushed away a thin layer of sand and uncovered a recess, no larger than a child's cradle, carved directly into the stone. The cavity was empty, but its interior was smooth and precise, every edge chamfered as if to receive a delicate object. While the rest of the team documented the find, the submersible drifted further into the collapsed chambers. There, amid a tangle of broken columns, its cameras found a second archway lying face down in the sediment. Along its curve ran the same abstract symbols etched into the standing arch, a repetition that suggested they had been set in deliberate opposition, framing some path or ritual circuit no longer visible. When the divers reviewed the footage, one noted that the spacing of the arches aligned perfectly with the harmonic ratio the researchers had observed the week before. That detail, more than any other, seemed to draw the boundary between accident and intention into sharper relief. As daylight faded on the last scheduled descent, a diver paused in the center of the hall. He switched off his lamp for a moment, to let his eyes adjust to the diffuse glow filtering down from the waves. In that hush of blue-grey half-light, the marble seemed to regain a kind of hidden dignity. Each column base, each channel, each untranslatable symbol, felt less like a ruin, and more like a language whose grammar remained just out of reach. He surfaced quietly, unable to shake the conviction that the marble halls were not remnants but reminders, set in place for an age yet to come, when someone might finally understand why they had been left behind. When the expedition's final day arrived, the team gathered before dawn, their voices low as they loaded the last of the equipment into the submersible's hold. The sea had settled into an unnatural calm, the surface so flat it mirrored the pale sky. The divers slipped into the water with a sense that whatever was meant to be found had already offered itself, and anything beyond would be withheld until some later season. Yet professional habit compelled them to document every possible corner before departure. The last survey began with a slow pass along the hall's western flank. Here, beneath a thin crust of sediment, they discovered a row of inset sockets cut into the base of the wall. Each was identical in dimension and depth, and each held a scatter of reddish grains later identified as iron oxide. Whether these traces marked the remains of fittings, tools, or offerings was impossible to determine. One researcher proposed that iron bars might once have spanned the sockets, forming a trellis or barrier between the columns. Another suggested the metal had been symbolic, a material boundary between sacred and profane space. As the final tank readings dwindled, the lead diver swam once more to the standing arch, resting his gloved hand against its curve. In that moment, the sun broke free of the horizon above, and the first lance of dawn light pierced the water. It fell across the marble with a clarity that seemed almost deliberate, illuminating every striation and groove in the keystone. Later, when the footage was replayed, the team noted how the incised symbols glowed briefly, each line momentarily distinct before the silt drifted back into place. It was as though the hall had permitted one last glimpse of itself before resuming its patient anonymity. No explanation followed, nor any pronouncement of significance, only the quiet recognition that some ruins do not require understanding to endure. Once the divers returned to the ship, and the hatches were sealed, the mood aboard shifted into a kind of subdued resignation. The footage was backed up to redundant drives, each file tagged with dates and coordinates that could never fully describe the experience of standing in that hushed colonnade. As the last gear was stowed, the lead archaeologist sat with the team around the mess table, reviewing the composite maps of the site one final time. Against the digital grid, the marble halls looked deceptively orderly, a neat arrangement of columns and thresholds. Yet everyone who had descended there knew how incomplete those diagrams were, how much of the place remained concealed in the spaces between data points. Later that evening, the logs were updated with the expedition's final observations. The notes were cautious, avoiding any claim that might draw the project into sensationalism. Still, between the measured phrases, an unease persisted. The proportions were too precise to belong to any settlement known to history, the symbols too deliberate to be dismissed as embellishment, the hidden channels too complex to explain away as chance erosion. Some part of the hall's purpose had survived its burial intact, waiting for someone patient enough to decipher it. As the engines rumbled to life, and the ship turned toward the open water, the last of the daylight fell across the sea's surface. For a moment the crew stood along the rail, watching the swell settle over the place where the arches lay entombed. In that quiet, it was possible to believe the hall had not been lost so much as hidden, laid down in stone as a question meant to outlive its builders. And though no one dared say it aloud, more than one among them felt that the marble halls had chosen the moment of their rediscovery, offering only what they wished to reveal, and nothing more. Weeks later, as the data was analyzed in the archives of a coastal institute, the sense of unfinished discovery only deepened. Each high-resolution scan revealed details that seemed to multiply the questions rather than resolve them. In the cross-sectional imagery of the hidden channels, researchers traced a series of minute perforations, holes no wider than a reed, boring down from the grooves into the limestone foundation. No precedent for such features existed in the catalogues of Mediterranean architecture. They were neither drainage ports nor anchors for wooden supports. They were simply there, an inexplicable pattern that mirrored the measured precision of every other element in the hall. One evening, a graduate researcher layered the site plan over reconstructions of the surrounding terrain, as it would have appeared before the sea reclaimed it. The alignment of the arches and platforms pointed unerringly toward a low rise that in a different epoch might have been visible from the colonnade itself. In the quiet of the lab, the thought arose unbidden that the builders had oriented the hall not just in relation to itself, but to something far older in the landscape, perhaps a shrine, or a natural landmark, or a point where the horizon opened to a procession of stars no longer visible in the modern sky. As winter storms battered the coastline and made further expeditions impossible, the archive settled into a hush broken only by the shuffling of paper and the low murmur of researchers comparing notes. Those who had never seen the site in person sometimes remarked that the fascination it inspired seemed disproportionate to what the footage showed. But those who had descended into the marble halls understood differently. The place exerted a gravity beyond evidence or explanation. It was the quiet certainty that somewhere, In those hidden proportions and untranslatable markings, a purpose remained, intact, waiting, and as indifferent to curiosity as the tides themselves. Spring brought clearer weather, and with it the possibility of returning to the site. Funding had been secured, though narrowly, as if the sponsors themselves were reluctant to invest in what remained so resolutely unclassifiable. Preparations began in the same unhurried rhythm that characterized marine archaeology. Equipment checked and rechecked, manifests compared against last season's inventories, the vessel provisioned for weeks of work no one could precisely define. Yet even among the logistical tedium, there was a quiet anticipation, an unspoken hope that the sea might relent enough to offer another fragment of the hall's hidden design. As the departure date neared, a specialist in archaeoacoustics joined the team, drawn by the peculiar resonance described by divers in the deeper chambers. She proposed a series of acoustic tests, controlled bursts of low-frequency sound, to measure how the stone absorbed or reflected vibration. No one expected revelations, but the thought that the hall's architecture might have been tuned to a particular resonance only deepened the sense that its builders had mastered skills lost before recorded history began. The evening before embarkation, the project lead sat alone in the archive, studying the high-resolution scans of the standing arch. The incised symbols were as clear as when they had first emerged from the silt, their lines neither purely decorative nor clearly linguistic. The temptation to speculate was nearly overwhelming, but in the hush of the empty room, he felt again the same impression he'd carried up from the sea floor, that the marble halls were not simply ruins. They were a message set in stone, written for no reader in particular, and composed in a grammar that refused translation. A reminder that the past, even when revealed in blinding clarity, retains the right to remain inscrutable. When the vessel finally eased back over the coordinates, the sea greeted them with a deceptive calm. The water lay glassy as the divers prepared their rigs, as if the surface itself conspired to keep what lay below undisturbed. Each descent began in slow spirals, the weight of expectation heavier than the equipment, strapped to their chests. Even before the first lamp struck the marble, the divers sensed that the hall remained exactly as they had left it, implacable, whole, unwilling to yield more than it chose. The first dives focused on the side chambers, where the perforated channels had been discovered. Using carefully measured probes, the team confirmed that the holes were not random. Each followed a precise angle into the limestone floor, their depths matching within a tolerance finer than any known pre-classical tooling. No one spoke as the measurements were logged. The figures were so exact, they made the simplest explanation, accident, impossible to maintain. Further along the main corridor, the team deployed the acoustic instruments. When the low-frequency pulses were triggered, the divers felt the vibrations as a subtle shiver in their ribs, an almost imperceptible resonance that rippled across the stone. Readouts showed the sound behaving strangely within the hall, bending and reflecting in a pattern that formed a standing wave along the axis of the central arch. The phenomenon was real, measurable, and yet offered no clarity. If the hall had been designed to sing, it had done so in a register no ear alive had ever known how to hear. In the control tent, the researchers watched the live feed in silence, aware that whatever purpose the marble halls once held remained as far from comprehension as the day the sea claimed them. As the acoustic tests continued, the divers noticed how the resonance seemed to gather in certain spaces more than others. Near the threshold of the side chamber, where the low platform and its empty sockets waited under a blanket of fine silt, the vibrations pooled in a narrow band, as if the architecture itself had been shaped to cradle the sound. Each time the instruments pulsed, the sediment along the edges of the plinth trembled and resettled, revealing faint striations in the marble no one had recorded before. When the team traced those marks with gloved hands, they found a series of concentric arcs incised so shallowly they vanished under the silt between passes of the light. The arcs radiated from the platform's center toward the surrounding floor, forming a geometry that echoed the harmonic ratios first noted in the archway. The realization moved through the group like a slow chill. The resonance was not incidental. The hall's builders had designed every surface to participate in a convergence of vibration and proportion, an architecture of sound as much as of stone. In the evenings, the recordings were reviewed frame by frame. Each pass of the sonar, each flicker of disturbed silt, seemed to offer a glimpse of an intention that receded the moment it was glimpsed. One technician remarked, almost under her breath, that the hall felt less like a ruin than an instrument waiting to be played. No one contradicted her. In that moment, the analogy felt truer than any theory the reports could safely contain. When the final data logs were closed for the night, the lead archaeologist remained alone, studying the last still frame of the standing arch. It loomed in the lamplight, inscrutable and serene, its symbols arranged like a notation in a language no voice had ever spoken aloud. On the last morning before the ship would weigh anchor, and the hall would vanish once more into its indifferent darkness, the team gathered for a final descent. The water lay calm, the sky a dull pewter, as if reluctant to concede a proper farewell. The divers moved with a quiet deliberation born of weeks in the same routines, aware that this final circuit of the marble corridors would likely be their last for years, perhaps decades. Descending through the familiar gloom, they passed the toppled columns and the low platforms where the resonance tests had revealed their hidden geometry. Each lamp swept across surfaces they knew by heart, striations and grooves that had come to feel almost personal in their persistence. Near the central arch, the diver tasked with recording the last photogrammetry paused, transfixed by a detail she had overlooked a dozen times before. In the groove of the keystone where the incised symbols curved together in their untranslatable dance, a single finer cut intersected the rest, a tiny diagonal stroke that seemed almost accidental. She pressed her gloved hand against the stone, feeling nothing but the cold pressure of the water. Yet as she traced the line with her light, it struck her that no other mark in the hall had been left to chance. Even this single stroke, so easily mistaken for damage, felt deliberate, a final element in a grammar too old to pass, too complete to fracture by interpretation. When the divers surfaced, the sea was turning, a breeze rising that would make further dives impossible. The ship's engines hummed to life, and the horizon began to slide past the rail. One by one, the crew gathered to watch the water reclaim the coordinates. No one spoke of closure or discovery. There was only the recognition that whatever purpose the marble halls once held remained intact, an inheritance sealed in silence, content to outlast every question it ever asked of it. Few expeditions to Lake Van had ever bothered to scan the deeper shelves of its silty basin. Most surveys were concerned with more immediate curiosities: ceramic scatter from Eurasian fortresses, submerged harbour walls, the occasional wreck that still held the faint outlines of a merchant hull. So when the first sonar sweeps recorded the angular silhouette rising from the lake bed, it appeared as nothing more than a distortion, an aberration of sediment or reflection. Yet the shape persisted in every pass, a stepped form, unmistakable in its symmetry, a structure that should not have existed in a place no chronicle ever described as sacred ground. For weeks the anomaly was left unremarked in the logs, a curiosity filed beneath more pressing priorities. It was only when the data reached a researcher in Van's regional archives that the files were re-examined. She traced the edges of the silhouette on the printout, her pencil following each terrace as it climbed from the silt. Though the print was no larger than her palm, she felt the same chill she might have known standing in the water's cold hush. Even in that grainy outline, the proportions were clear, tier upon tier of limestone blocks, rising in measured increments to a flattened summit. Against the familiar architecture of the region's fortresses and shrines, this design looked alien. Preparations for a first descent were cautious. The lake's mineral-heavy water preserved what it swallowed with a peculiar fidelity, and the divers knew they might find the structure unchanged from the day it disappeared. As the research vessel anchored above the coordinates, the wind flattened the waves into a leaden sheet, and the air settled into a hush that felt almost expectant. Every diver sensed it, that peculiar stillness that precedes discovery or disaster, the hush in which intention gathers before it can be named. When the divers slipped below, their lights caught the edges of the first terrace almost immediately. What they saw confirmed the sonar readings with a clarity that left no room for speculation. The limestone blocks were enormous, each one the length of a man's outstretched arms, their faces smoothed and joined so precisely that no silt had found a purchase in the seams. No barnacles clung to the corners, no fissure suggested the chaos of a natural collapse. Instead, the stones lay in perfect courses, each tier narrower than the one beneath, ascending toward a platform that seemed to wait in patient silence for the first hand to brush away the sediment of centuries. The divers moved slowly, mapping the perimeter of the base. Where the silt receded under their gloved fingers, a low border emerged, a ledge incised with a shallow groove that ran unbroken along the edge. They followed it all the way around the square, their gauges ticking the minutes, every sweep of the lamp revealing another segment of the same deliberate geometry. No one spoke over the comms. There was nothing to say that would not flatten the strangeness into something smaller than it deserved. On the second pass, one diver paused at the northern face, where the groove deepened into a channel that sloped toward the structure's center. She motioned for the camera operator to come closer. As the lens approached, it caught the faintest impression of tooling marks, parallel striations that vanished in the dimness as quickly as they appeared. She brushed the groove again, slower this time, and felt the last of the silt fall away. What remained was the unmistakable trace of a craftsman's hand, someone who had cut the stone with an implement finer than any flint chisel, leaving a signature in every measured pass. The thought moved through her with the hush of the current, that this pyramid had been raised by a people whose name did not survive, whose records dissolved before any scribe could set their history to clay. When she looked up, the summit loomed above her like a memory, patient and indifferent. She felt for a moment as though she were trespassing on a place never meant to be recovered, a place designed to outlast even the idea of discovery. As the divers resurfaced, their tanks nearly depleted, the wind rose again, drawing a shiver across the water. The research vessel pitched gently, and the waves lapped against the hull in a rhythm that felt almost deliberate. One by one, the divers emerged onto the deck, their faces pale behind the masks, each of them aware they would spend the night replaying the same thought. The shape waiting under the lake had not been lost by accident. It had been left there with purpose, an intention too old to translate, too patient to abandon its vigil. No legend spoke of a pyramid in the basin, no epic told of its builders, or their reasons for consigning their monument to the deep. Yet in that hour, as the divers stripped the gear from their shoulders and turned to look once more across the water, the weight of the unseen pressed down on them with the quiet gravity of something that was never meant to be explained, only witnessed and remembered. The morning after the first descent, the ship's lab hummed with a subdued tension. Screens flickered with sonar overlays, and the first photogrammetry models, each rendering more precise than the last, each confirming what no one quite wanted to declare outright. The pyramid was real, and it was ancient in a way that resisted familiar chronology. The limestone blocks had been set with such precision that the structure had endured the slow shifting of the lake bed without shearing apart. Even in collapsed segments, the terraces retained their measured steps, as if the lake itself had accepted their permanence. While the team debated how to proceed, the divers prepared for a second descent focused on the summit. The platform at the top had been glimpsed only briefly in the first pass, a pale expanse of stone half buried in sediment. If the builders had left any inscription or artifact to claim their work, it would likely be there. As the morning light flattened across the water, the divers slipped below in pairs, each weighted by the knowledge that any disturbance could obscure details for years. Visibility improved near the summit, where a slow upwelling of mineral-rich water kept the silt in constant drift. The lead diver traced the perimeter of the platform with her gloved hand, feeling for any edge or recess. It was only when she paused at the center that her palm met a sudden dip, an oval depression carved into the stone. She cleared it with careful sweeps, revealing a basin the length of her forearm and twice as wide. Its walls were smooth and precise, unmarred by erosion, as though the last hand to shape them had withdrawn only months before. The cameras swung closer. In the basin's floor, a series of lines emerged, so faint they were nearly invisible, even under the lights. Each curve arced toward the center, then doubled back on itself in a pattern no one recognized. Some lines branched into smaller tendrils, others looped closed. One diver suggested they might represent a stylized map, but the notion felt too reductive. There was an order in those lines that belonged to a system none of them had learned to read. Farther along the platform, a diver signaled. Where the terrace met the next step down, a single block had shifted free, leaving a narrow void no wider than a child's shoulders. The lamp beam reached inside, catching on a polished surface that angled downward out of view. The team exchanged uneasy glances over the comms. The passage was too tight for a diver, but it was no natural fissure. It had been cut deliberately, the same precise tooling marks etched along its lip. Topside, the project director watched the live feed in silence. No mention of such a chamber appeared in the annals of any culture known to have settled around the lake. Not in the fragmentary Eurasian tablets, not in the oral traditions recited in mountain villages. Yet the evidence lay undeniable in the camera's cold eye, a hidden corridor descending from the summit into darkness, as if the pyramid had been designed to swallow any who dared to follow its intent. When the divers returned to the deck, they moved with a restraint that came less from fatigue than from a shared awareness that the day had shifted something elemental in their understanding of the site. The lake rocked against the hull in a dull, steady rhythm, as if in quiet agreement. As the footage replayed in the lab, the depression in the summit basin gleamed under the lamps, the etched lines flickering like a forgotten script. No one spoke the thought aloud, but all felt it. The structure had not been abandoned in haste or concealed by accident. It had been built to endure the erosion of memory itself, awaiting a time when someone might descend to that cold silence and discover it exactly as it had always been, unclaimed, untranslatable, and intact. By the third day, the divers' movements had become more deliberate, as if each descent demanded a surrender of something ordinary. No one joked on the deck, or speculated in the lab. Even the seasoned veterans of wreck surveys felt the same hush as they prepared their gear, a sense that the pyramid was not simply an artifact to be catalogued, but an event to be endured. At dawn, the team lowered the remote crawler, an articulated probe small enough to slip through the narrow aperture near the summit. Its cameras equipped to navigate spaces no diver could safely enter. As the crawler crept into the gap, the light revealed walls so smooth they could have been planed by a modern tool. The corridor angled steeply for several meters, before leveling out into a chamber, barely tall enough for a person to kneel upright. Silt drifted in slow spirals across the floor, catching the light in muted flares. Along the walls, shallow niches, repeated at regular intervals, each containing a single stone tile no larger than a man's palm. The tiles were set flush with the limestone, their faces incised with the same delicate arcs, traced in the summit basin. Some depicted tight spirals, others concentric ovals intersected by tiny radial lines. The arrangement suggested a sequence, though no one could say what it might have been meant to record. In the control tent, the researchers huddled close to the monitors. One linguist whispered that the tiles reminded her of votive panels, symbols left in offering or remembrance, but no culture in this region had left evidence of such a practice in stone. Another suggested the chamber might have been designed to hold records, each tile a kind of ledger preserved in the pyramid's interior. The word felt jarring, too modern and too small to encompass the impression the images conveyed. The tiles were not merely labels or tokens, they were something closer to an assertion that what the builders had known deserved to be laid down in a form the lake could not erase. At the far end of the chamber, the crawler's camera settled on a depression cut into the floor. The groove was deeper than the others, shaped like a basin with a slender channel leading away under the tiles. The diver guiding the probe paused, adjusting the lamp angle until the channel's exit became visible, a narrow slit in the chamber wall, its edges so precise it looked machined. No one spoke as the realization passed among them. The entire interior had been conceived as a system, the grooves and niches and channels all part of a geometry that extended beyond the summit, through the walls, and into the hidden hollows of the structure. When the crawler was retrieved, the divers gathered around it in silence, as if reluctant to leave the deck. The wind gusted across the lake, lifting short chop that slapped against the hull. The ship felt smaller than it had the night before, as if the water had risen imperceptibly in the dark hours. In the lab, the footage played in a loop. Each pass over the tiles seemed to insist on its own integrity, an assertion of meaning that refused translation. The project lead tapped a finger against the monitor, his voice low. "We're not going to solve this with typology," he said. No one disagreed. The day closed with a final survey of the pyramid's base. In the last hour of light, divers traced the perimeter again, noting where the grooves and borders disappeared into the deeper sediment. Each measurement confirmed the same fact: the visible pyramid was only a fraction of the structure. Beneath the silt, more terraces waited, perhaps more chambers, more patterns of incisions no memory had preserved. As the divers surfaced, they looked back at the water as if expecting to see some sign of acknowledgement. The lake offered nothing but its familiar opacity. Whatever intention the pyramid held, it remained unmoved by curiosity, content to wait a while longer. On the last morning of the expedition, the air over Lake Van was sharp and windless, the sky a pale, bleached blue that seemed to strip the water of any familiar warmth. The research vessel sat motionless above the coordinates, her deck cluttered with coiled cables and crates of samples. Even before the final dives began, the team understood that the pyramid would not give up the rest of its secrets this season. The remaining silt over the lower terraces was too deep, the channels too narrow for divers to follow safely. Yet no one spoke of frustration. If anything, there was relief in knowing the structure would remain partly hidden, some piece of its intention preserved against the hunger to name and measure every corner. The first descent focused on documenting the summit basin and the concealed corridor in as much detail as time allowed. Divers moved carefully over the oval depression, tracing each of the incised arcs with calibrated probes. The measurements confirmed what the eye had already suspected. The lines were not random or decorative. Each curve obeyed a constant radius. Each intersection formed at an angle so consistent it could only have been defined by a standard of measure no one had recovered. Under magnification, the incisions showed no evidence of correction, no slips or recutting, only the calm certainty of a hand guided by long practice. Deeper inside the hidden chamber, the crawler was redeployed, guided along the line of niches. The tiles shimmered under the light, their surfaces lightly encrusted in mineral film that could not fully obscure the crispness of the carvings. One by one, each tile was scanned at high resolution. Though none bore recognizable script, their internal order was undeniable. Spirals that mirrored spirals, radii that echoed the summit's groove, shallow dimples aligned along invisible axes. As the crawler paused above the central basin, the feed caught something new, a fragment of polished stone half buried in silt at the basin's edge. Its shape was rectangular, but the camera could not resolve enough detail to tell whether it had once belonged to a tile or another object entirely. While the crawler worked, a diver made her way along the pyramid's north face, searching for any trace of external access. Near the submerged base, her torch caught an abrupt edge in the limestone, a corner so sharply defined it seemed impossible that centuries of water had not blurred it. Clearing the silt revealed a narrow seam running horizontally along the terrace. When she pressed gloved fingers into the gap, it yielded slightly. She held her breath, feeling the stone shift a fraction under her touch, as if it balanced on some hidden fulcrum. The current pressed her back before she could explore further. When she surfaced, her voice over the comms was quiet, almost hesitant. "It feels like a door," she said, and the words fell into the silence of the deck like a stone into the lake. No attempt was made to open it. Even the most determined among them felt a caution too deep to ignore, a sense that the pyramid had allowed them only what it wished to show, and that pressing further might incur a debt no one could measure. Instead, the divers spent the final hour, making a complete circuit of the terraces, recording each groove and seam with slow, deliberate passes of the camera. When the tanks finally emptied, and the lines were hauled in, the research vessel swung her bow toward the distant shore, leaving the pyramid to the hush it had always known. That night, As the ship's lights receded across the flat water, the project lead stood alone at the stern. He thought of the incisions in the summit basin, the hidden chamber with its mute tiles, the quiet pivot of the stone seam under a diver's touch. Each detail felt like a sentence in a language older than memory, one that had never needed translation, because it had never been meant to speak to anyone outside the lake's darkness. As the last ripple closed behind the hull, he wondered if their presence had been anticipated, if the builders had left their monument in plain sight, not for discovery, but for the discipline of restraint, to remind whoever found it that some inheritances are not meant to be claimed, only witnessed, and left to rest a little longer. Few believed the first sonar readings from the Sarnan Deep were genuine. The operators assumed the returns were a distortion, an echo rebounding between layers of thermocline, or an artifact of the equipment's calibration. The shapes were too regular, the vertical signatures too clean. No known process, tectonic shift, sediment fracture, volcanic extrusion, could account for a field of identical columns standing upright in a crescent formation, nearly half a kilometer long. For 3 weeks, the files sat unremarked in the archives of a coastal survey station. Then, by chance, a technician reviewing the logs late one evening over stale coffee noticed the repetition in the scans. He traced the marks on the printouts with a blunt pencil, counting the columns one by one, and felt something shift behind his ribs. The second expedition came under the guise of a geological assessment, though everyone aboard understood that the mission was no longer about the movements of the Earth's crust. The research vessel arrived in the hush before dawn, the sea around her as still as a pool of oil. As the divers prepared their rigs, no one spoke above a whisper. Even the veterans, men and women who had spent years crawling through wrecks and charting drowned towns, felt the same uneasy suspension, the intuition that whatever waited below was older than any settlement and more deliberate than any shipwreck. When the submersible dropped, the first glimpse of the columns came like a revelation. They did not lean at random angles, nor were they buried in heaps of collapse. Each pillar stood upright on a square plinth, rising from the silt with an almost insolent defiance of time. Their surfaces were smooth, too smooth, the pale stone reflecting the sub's lights in cold gleams that made them look freshly quarried. Where the silt had receded, faint grooves spiraled upward in measured, even ascents. No crust of barnacle or coral obscured them. Even the slow sedimentary hand of centuries seemed to have respected the lines. Divers descended in pairs, their progress cautious. The first to touch the nearest column paused, gloved hand splayed across the smooth face. Under the pressure of his palm, he felt something he struggled to describe later, an impression that the stone was not merely old but waiting. The spiral grooves were too precise to be ornamental. Each turn was consistent in depth and interval, like the threads of a colossal screw. When he shone his lamp higher, the pattern continued past his reach, a measured ascent to a capital he could not see. They spent the next hours mapping the array. Each column was identical in height, 12 meters from the plinth to the flat crown, and identical in diameter, no variance beyond a fraction of a centimeter. But it was their arrangement that defied explanation. The crescent curve traced a perfect arc of 270 degrees, its concave edge oriented toward the deeper trench that no diver had yet explored. In the center of that unseen space, the instruments registered an abrupt depression, a pit so steep that sonar could not resolve the bottom. It was as if the columns had been arranged to draw attention precisely to that void, a gesture fixed in stone and left to endure until someone was willing to see it. While the divers worked, a technician in the sub's control tent overlaid the sonar returns on a grid of magnetic anomalies recorded decades before. The results made no sense. Each column stood atop a localized disturbance, small, consistent pulses that fluctuated by minute degrees as the instruments passed overhead. The disturbances were too regular to be random, and too weak to suggest any metallic core. When the team gathered to review the data, the project lead simply shook her head. "No natural process does this," she said quietly, and no one disagreed. By late afternoon, the divers began to trace the recesses cut into the plinths. Each base bore an identical pattern of shallow rectangles, arranged in a repeating sequence that wrapped the entire perimeter. The cuts were crisp, no more than a hand's breadth across, but set in lines so straight that they looked incised by a machine. One diver knelt in the silt to photograph them, and felt an irrational reluctance to lay his hand in the recesses, as though the gesture would be presumptuous. Later he could not explain this hesitation, except to say the marks had the quality of purpose, not decoration, or utility, but intention of a kind he did not recognize. As the last tanks dwindled, the divers paused in a loose ring around the closest pillar. For a long moment, no one moved. The current slid past them in slow eddies, stirring the sediment in pale, drifting clouds. In the distance, the remaining columns receded into darkness, their outlines regular as clockwork, each leaning by the same subtle fraction toward the unseen center. One diver later described the effect as standing inside a thought that had been interrupted mid-sentence, a gesture frozen in the instant before its meaning could be understood. When the ascent was called, no one looked away as they rose. The columns remained in their quiet arc, their perfect alignment untroubled by the passing lights. The divers surfaced into a dusk as still as the morning had been. As they clambered aboard, the wind finally came up, brushing ripples across the sea's mirror. The project lead stood at the stern, watching the water close over the coordinates. She thought of the pillars leaning fractionally inward, of the spiral grooves that traced each shaft, of the magnetic pulses that flickered and receded without pattern. And she felt with a certainty she would never record in any official report, that the columns of sun and deep were not ruins at all. They were an invitation, one left unclaimed for longer than history remembered, offered in a language no eye had ever fully learned to read. The second day began with the same solemn quiet that had settled over the ship. The moment the columns first resolved on the sonar, even the routine sounds of preparation, the clatter of tanks, the rasp of regulators, checked and rechecked, seemed muffled under the weight of that discovery. In the control tent, the project lead laid out the new plan, with a calmness that did not disguise her urgency. Today they would focus on the convergence point, the invisible center the columns appeared to honor with their precise inclinations. Dawn broke in a metallic wash across the water, a flat grey that rendered the horizon indistinguishable from the sky. By the time the first pair of divers slipped below, the wind had died altogether, as though the sea itself were withholding its breath. The descent passed in increments of pressure and cold, the surface fading into a pale smear overhead as the columns rose out of the dark. No one spoke over the comms as the first lamp swept across the closest pillar. Even through the screen, the geometry was humbling. Each spiral groove gleamed under the beam, the cuts as fresh as the day they were incised. They moved in a slow arc toward the depression. As the silt fell away under their fins, the slope revealed itself, a broad funnel descending from the level of the plinths to a single hollow almost 10 meters deeper than the surrounding seabed. Sonar confirmed the shape, a dish so perfectly regular it might have been cast rather than carved, its rim defined by the precise convergence of the column's lean. One diver set down the acoustic probe and watched as the readings stabilized, the data returning a flat line of silence, as though the pit absorbed every vibration. Even their own exhalations seemed to dull when they drifted over that edge. While the divers documented the depression, a third diver focused on the base of one pillar closest to the slope. Here the shallow recesses in the plinth had been eroded just enough to expose what lay behind them, a darker stratum of stone, its surface marked by a pattern of intersecting arcs. The marks were too regular to be fissures, and too shallow to be structural supports. She brushed the silt away in careful strokes until the arcs formed a design that seemed to repeat itself from one recess to the next. In the control tent, the images transmitted in real time. Someone whispered that it looked like notation, though no one offered a name for what could be recorded in stone at the bottom of the sea. When the team regrouped near the center, the diver holding the probe took a final sweep across the depression's rim. The instrument registered a faint but persistent anomaly, an oscillation in the magnetic field, so subtle it barely rose above the equipment's tolerance. But the reading was consistent, repeating every 11 seconds with the same quiet pulse. They marked the location, the frequency, and the duration without comment. The only certainty was that nothing in the known geology of the Sarnan Deep could account for the signal. In the last minutes before their tanks demanded ascent, one diver swam a slow circuit along the inner edge of the dish. He stopped when his hand brushed an abrupt change in texture. The lamp swept in close, and the shape resolved a channel cut into the depression's floor, so narrow it looked like a seam. The groove ran in a perfect radius toward the center, disappearing into the darkness beneath a thin sheet of sediment. He traced it as far as he could reach, noting the way it curved fractionally as it descended. The motion brought to mind the grooves on the columns, that same spiral logic scaled into the earth itself. When the ascent signal crackled in their earpieces, none of them moved at first. The dish seemed to exert a gravity stronger than the weight of the water, a hush so complete it felt like the memory of speech rather than its absence. It was only when their instruments chimed again that the divers turned, rising in slow unison past the leaning pillars. Each shaft receded into shadow, the spiral grooves blending into darkness, until the columns appeared as nothing more than tall silhouettes frozen in the act of contemplation. Back aboard, the team stripped their gear in near silence. The sea lay unbroken around them, the coordinates marked only by the bobbing buoys and the quiet hiss of the sonar pings. In the lab, the data streamed in the magnetic pulses, the acoustic null in the depression, the repeated arcs behind the recesses. All of it added up to something no one could name without sounding foolish. The project lead sat with her elbows on the table, studying the convergence point. Every known culture that had ever raised monuments in stone had left some trace above the waterline: tools, quarries, stories. Yet here, in the unlit plain of the Sarnan Deep, nothing but intention remained, stripped of any artifact, but the certainty of its own existence. At dusk, she stepped out onto the deck. The wind had returned in gentle gusts, stirring ripples that caught the last light in fragments. She looked across the water, and felt again the sensation that had taken hold the moment the columns first emerged from the sonar, a recognition that whatever the Sarnan Deep concealed was not merely old. It was something older than history itself, the gesture of hands who had known the measure of the sea, and trusted it to guard their purpose. When the ship finally turned for shore, she did not look back. She knew no part of her needed to. The columns would wait. They had always waited. The third day began with a sense of quiet resignation. No matter how many images they captured, or how many measurements they logged, the columns continued to resist explanation. Every detail seemed engineered to provoke recognition, without offering comprehension. Spiral grooves, without inscription. Recesses without any known tools or fixtures. And that silent convergence point in the trench that deflected every attempt to define it. The divers prepared, as if for a ritual rather than a survey, moving through their checks in the hush that had become the ship's default language. The morning's plan was simple: deploy the crawler into the depression itself, and document every centimeter of the channel, etched into the floor. As the first light bled into the eastern sky, the vessel steadied over the coordinates. The sea was almost painfully calm, the water glassy under the ropes of dawn. The crawler descended in slow increments, its tethers unreeling into the darkness that swallowed everything past the last deck light. When its lamp ignited at the bottom of the depression, the feed showed the same unbroken dish, smooth limestone, pale as bone. The pilot guided the crawler to the point where the diver's hand had felt the groove. The camera's angle flattened against the floor, revealing a channel only a hand's width across. It ran perfectly straight for several meters before curving into a spiral, so gentle it could not be seen, except from directly above. The team had prepared for a simple radial groove, something that might indicate drainage or ritual offerings. But this was neither. The spiral continued inward, winding in a single unbroken line that disappeared into a narrow borehole at the dish's precise center. The moment the borehole came into view, the entire control tent seemed to tighten around the image. The opening was perfectly round, no more than 10 centimeters wide, its edges so crisp they looked machined. There was no debris around its lip, no sign of the excavation that must have produced it. The bore simply existed, an absence so clean it felt deliberate. The pilot switched the crawler's secondary lights to full power, but the borehole swallowed them without a glimmer of reflection. It was as though the stone itself gave way to something that refused to return any hint of depth. A second probe, equipped with a flexible fiber optic, was threaded down the crawler's chassis and guided toward the void. The feed went dark the moment the lens crossed the threshold, a silence of image rather than sound. They pulled it back and tried again. The same result, no refraction, no particulate, drifting through the light. It was as if the borehole was not simply empty, but absent, an aperture into a medium the lake could not penetrate. While the crawler held position, 2 divers descended to examine the columns closest to the depression. The plan was to collect microsamples from the grooves, to determine whether any residue remained, mineral or organic, that might anchor the columns in time. As the divers approached, the magnetic sensors strapped to their tanks began to register the same intermittent pulse as the day before, though this time the readings had shifted. The frequency had slowed to 1 pulse every 13 seconds, as if responding to the crawler's presence. They recorded the change without comment, feeling the familiar pressure of caution settle over them, like the weight of the sea itself. One diver knelt beside the nearest plinth, running a gloved finger into the recess where the arcs had been revealed behind the eroded face. Up close, the arcs were not single incisions, but layered cuts, 3 nested grooves, each shallower than the last. Where they intersected, the surface was stippled with minute dots, too regular to be random. He paused, imagining the hand that had pressed a tool into the limestone again and again, with such certainty. There was no signature, no symbol he could read, only the repetition of the same measured gesture. Above them, the crawler's tether hummed faintly as it adjusted. The borehole remained unchanged, its darkness indifferent to the instruments arrayed around it. In the control tent, the project lead noted the time, the depth, and the angle of every frame, knowing even as she typed that the record would fail to contain the experience of standing at the threshold of something designed to endure all interpretation. When the divers signaled ascent, they rose in slow spirals past the leaning columns. Each pillar receded into the dark, the spiral grooves catching the lamps in glances that looked almost like motion. No one spoke as they cleared the last meters of depth. It felt like breaking the surface of a dream that had no true waking. The ship was silent when they returned. Even the gulls that trailed the vessel kept their distance. In the lab, the footage played on loop, the borehole swallowing light, the spiral groove winding into its vanishing point, the shallow arcs stippling the hidden faces of the plinths. Some part of each person watching understood that there would be no final answer, not here, not soon. The columns of Sarnan Deep were not ruins in the way any of them had learned to recognize. They were something older and simpler, a memory built into the seabed itself, a patience so vast it did not care whether it was ever deciphered. At dusk, the sea lay smooth again, the coordinates unmarked except for the low ping of the sonar. The project lead stood by the rail, her hand resting against the metal, as though to steady herself against a thought that refused to resolve. In the darkness behind her eyes, she could still see the borehole gleaming like a pupil, watching, unblinking, waiting for something none of them yet had the language to give it. By the final day of the expedition, even the most skeptical among the team had relinquished any hope that the site could be reduced to a single tidy theory. The columns refused to resolve into temple or monument, artifact or accident. Every measurement seemed to deepen rather than dispel the hush that surrounded them. The plan for the last descent was simple: to record the complete circumference of the convergence point, capture high-resolution scans of the spiral groove, and collect one final sample from the borehole's lip. No one pretended it would be enough. They prepared anyway. Dawn arrived without color. The sea lay blank and metallic, mirroring the unlit sky so perfectly that the horizon disappeared. As the divers suited up, the ship's engines idled in a low thrum that felt almost nervous. No one spoke, except to confirm the simplest instructions: depth, time, air. Even the checklist sounded subdued, as if the ship itself knew they were crossing into something that would not be fully recorded in any log. The descent was slower than before. Each diver moved with the deliberation of someone stepping across a threshold that might not allow a return. When the first lamp struck the nearest column, The grooves gleamed like threads of water. The team paused in a loose semicircle, letting the shapes resolve in the darkness. The spiral incisions were unchanged, their perfect arcs as fresh as the first time the stone had felt the blade. No silt had gathered in the recesses. Even the slow work of time seemed to defer to the column's design. At the convergence point, the depression waited as it had since the lake first rose to claim it, an absence as deliberate as any presence. The crawler had been rigged with a longer fiber optic probe, its lens small enough to slip into the borehole that defied every attempt to illuminate its depth. The pilot guided it forward in millimeter increments, the feed flickering as the lens crossed the threshold. Again, the image dissolved into pure darkness. No grain, no texture, no hint of reflected light. They pulled the fiber back and pushed it forward again. Nothing changed. The whole absorbed the lamp's beam as though it had no surfaces at all. While the probe worked, two divers moved to opposite sides of the depression. Each carried a handheld scanner calibrated to capture microtopography. As they passed the instruments over the groove that spiraled inward, the data began to populate the display's top side, layers of contour lines stacking into a 3D model. In the lab, the technicians fell silent as the image resolved. The groove was not a simple spiral. It described a curve whose radius contracted at a rate defined by a constant no one recognized, a ratio that repeated in every scan regardless of where the groove was measured. Someone murmured that it was a signature of intention, a proof that what lay beneath had been shaped by minds working to a system that had vanished before history began. Farther down the slope, a diver brushed the silt from the borehole's rim. The limestone was so pale and fine-grained it looked artificial. He laid one gloved palm against it, feeling the cold soak through the neoprene. For an instant he imagined the hand that had pressed the chisel into that circle, the certainty of the cut, the patience it must have required to incise such impossible precision. The thought made his chest tighten, though whether in awe or unease he could not say. At the edge of the depression, the crawler hovered in its final position. The probe extended into the dark. In the control tent, the project lead noted the time of the last attempt to measure depth. Again, the instrument returned no reading, no echo, no reflection. The emptiness remained absolute, as if the probe had been threaded into a memory the stone refused to surrender. When the call for ascent came, no one moved immediately. Each diver turned in place to look once more along the arc of the columns. Even through the thickening gloom, the shapes remained uncannily clear, pillars leaning fractionally inward, their spiral grooves vanishing into shadow, their presence unchanged by all the attention spent upon them. In that moment, each person felt the same wordless recognition. Whatever purpose the columns had been built to serve, it had not ended when the water rose. It endured, unbothered by time or curiosity. Back aboard, the team stripped their gear with the same care they had shown each day before. The wind had freshened, ruffling the sea into low waves that slapped against the hull in steady rhythm. The project lead stood at the rail, watching the water smooth itself over the coordinates. No buoy or marker remained to betray the place where the convergence point waited. It looked as it always had, anonymous, intact, complete. That night, the lab fell quiet as the last scans and readings were filed. No one lingered over the data. It felt incomplete, though not in the way of an unfinished project, more like a story whose ending was deliberately withheld. In the final report, the description was factual, a formation of 12 columns, each 12 meters tall, arranged in a crescent around a depression with a spiral groove terminating in a borehole of unknown depth. No interpretation followed. It would have been an arrogance to pretend any of them knew what it meant. As the lights dimmed across the lab and the last footsteps retreated down the companionway, the monitors showed the borehole's image one final time. A perfect ring of limestone, its darkness unbroken, its silence unchanged. In the hush that followed, it was easy to believe that the columns of San and Deep had never required witnesses. They had been laid down for reasons older than language, and no amount of searching could compel them to explain themselves to those who came later. Their patience was the patience of stone, content to wait until time itself remembered what had been set in place. The first images of the roads came from a remote survey drone piloted by a Canadian fisheries research team. They had been mapping cold water coral habitats along the Labrador Shelf when the sonar began returning contours no one recognized, long parallel ridges crossing the seafloor in lines too straight to be natural. The technicians assumed at first that the shapes were glacial striations or the skeletal remains of an old trawler broken into neat pieces. But the pattern extended for almost a kilometer without interruption, 3 broad tracks set precisely equidistant, their edges squared as though planed by a hand that had never known hesitation. At the Research Institute in St. John's, the files were passed quietly to the Marine Geology Department, where a handful of specialists spent late evenings tracing the images on oversized monitors. One geophysicist noted the total absence of slump scars or displacement, no evidence that the lines were the remnants of a landslide or a reef collapse. Another observed that each ridge appeared to be capped with a layer of uniform stone, bright and homogeneous in the sonar's return signature. The deeper they studied, the more the idea of accident collapsed under the weight of detail. At last someone called them what they looked like: roads. The first expedition to confirm the findings set out under the pretense of environmental sampling. The team aboard the vessel knew better. They carried submersibles, equipped with cameras fine enough to read the scratches on a coin, micro-samplers, designed for the analysis of tool marks, and a crane rig meant to lift heavy stone slabs from the bottom if needed. The weather held calm, the sky the color of old pewter, and the ocean lay heavy and indifferent to their purpose. On the morning of the first descent, the lead pilot watched the seafloor rise toward the viewport in an endless grey plain. Then the roads appeared. 3 lanes, wide as highways, their surfaces swept clean by the slow combing of the currents. Each lane was bordered by low walls of stacked stone, as though the builders had cared as much for delineation as they did for passage itself. Where the silt had retreated, the walls showed signs of interlocking construction, each block seated so precisely the edges looked fused. There were no fallen sections, no tumbled scatter. The roads simply began, stretched their length across the shelf, and vanished again under the sediment, as if to imply that only a fraction of their span had ever been uncovered. Divers descended in pairs, their lights probing the margins where the lanes met the surrounding seabed. The walls rose to chest height, composed of limestone blocks so pale they gleamed like chalk. No inscriptions marked them, but each stone was beveled along the top edge in a bevel so uniform it looked machined. One diver pressed her palm to the join between 2 blocks, and found no seam. It was not mortar that held them, but the pressure of their own perfect fit. She withdrew her hand slowly, as though touching the stone without permission. Farther along the central lane, the first signs of erosion appeared. A segment of the wall had cracked and slumped outward, revealing a cavity behind it, an internal channel no more than a meter wide, roofed by massive lintel stones that still held their line after all these ages. The diver slipped closer, camera panning through the breach. Inside, the channel continued in both directions, a narrow gallery hidden behind the outer facade. Its floor was paved in smaller stones laid in a herringbone pattern that had not shifted even as the wall gave way. Some instinct kept her from entering. She held the lamp steady, recording every detail until her gauge chimed for ascent. Back on the ship, the footage played in silence. The gallery appeared on the screen in the hush of blue light, an interior so intact it felt as though someone might step around the corner at any moment, brush the silt from their shoulder, and look into the lens with calm recognition. No one offered theories, though every mind turned the same question over and over: who had built roads so broad they swallowed the horizon, and why had they lined them with hidden corridors that no eye could see from above? The next dive focused on sampling the stones themselves. Cores drilled from the outer walls showed signs of working by abrasion, as if shaped with tools more advanced than the Neolithic flints common to known Paleo-Indian cultures. The dating returned a range so wide it bordered on absurd. Samples from the interior channels yielded an age of nearly 12,000 years, while the capping stones above them read as several millennia younger. It was as if the roads had been constructed in phases, rebuilt or restored by hands that came later, and respected the original line enough to follow it stone for stone. When the last diver rose from the edge of the gallery, she looked back only once. The currents stirred in the breach, silt coiling into slow spirals that dissolved again to clarity. The roof stones gleamed under the lamp, their surfaces unmarred by all the weight of time and water. In that moment, she felt the strangest conviction that the road was less a ruin than an intention still unfolding. A sentence paused mid-utterance. She surfaced into a dusk so still it seemed no one had ever spoken above those lanes. As the ship's crane swung the last equipment aboard, she turned her helmet over in her hands, wondering whether they had arrived at the end of something or the threshold of it. The second day brought a restless wind that stirred low swells across the Labrador Shelf, but the sea remained navigable. The ship drifted over the same coordinates, its sonar humming in measured sweeps, each return confirming the lanes were precisely where they had been the day before, unchanged and unmoved. The divers prepared their suits in a hush, broken only by the occasional mutter of a checklist. Whatever pretense of ordinary survey work had remained the day before was gone now. Everyone aboard felt it. The understanding that this was not simply another site, but something older, something that refused to be collapsed into any familiar narrative. The plan was to follow the central road in its entirety, as far as visibility allowed, documenting the slope and any anomalies along the walls. The divers would then return to the breach where the hidden gallery had been revealed, and attempt to measure its internal span. When the first pair slipped below the surface, the light dissolved in slow gradients until the lanes emerged from the gloom in the same hushed clarity. From overhead, the roads looked like the bones of some colossal creature laid bare on the seabed, each vertebra intact, each rib arrayed with a purpose no living voice had ever described. As the team advanced, the walls began to show more variation. In some stretches, the limestone blocks were capped with what appeared to be darker stone, a veneer whose smoothness defied any known technique of the cultures traditionally associated with the region's prehistory. The transition was abrupt, one course of pale blocks topped by slabs of something almost black, the join between them too clean to be the result of opportunistic repair. The divers paused to record close footage of the seams. Even through the lens, the contact line looked intentional, a precise junction between two materials shaped to lock together without the faintest deviation. They continued along the central lane, each lamp passing across the same unnervingly consistent proportions. Every 20 meters, a shallow recess interrupted the inner face of the walls, a niche no larger than a person's torso, its floor worn smooth as if by repeated contact. One diver laid her gloved hand into a recess and felt the faintest depression at the center, a hollow so shallow it could have been made by the weight of 1,000 palms resting there in the dark. She did not say as much over the comms. The thought seemed too intimate, too speculative. But when she turned, her colleague was watching her with the same unspoken recognition. The niches had been meant for something, or someone, and whatever that purpose was, it had not been erased by the centuries. Halfway along the mapped segment, the walls fell away into a broad apron of paving stones. The lane widened abruptly, the borders giving way to an expanse of flat, polished limestone that stretched into darkness. The sonar operator topside called down that the paving extended beyond the edge of their planned survey grid. When the divers swept their lamps across the floor, the surface resolved into a field of shallow channels incised in parallel ranks. Each groove was perfectly straight, spaced at consistent intervals, and worn as smooth as the gallery's hidden floor. No sediment had accumulated between them, as if the currents themselves were unwilling to obscure the lines. The team spent nearly 40 minutes tracing the channels, recording their lengths and depths, confirming the angles at which they intersected the main road. Though no one said it outright, the thought settled over them like a weight. They were standing in a space meant for movement, not stasis, for processions, or traffic, or some unknown ritual that required this magnitude of intention. The effect was unsettling precisely because it felt so practical. The grooves were not decorative, and they were too regular to be incidental. They were instructions, though no one could say to whom they had been given. At last the divers returned to the breach, where the hidden gallery waited. The entry appeared smaller, after hours spent among the vast paving stones, its darkness intimate in comparison to the open lanes. A single diver eased forward to test the stability of the roof slabs. When the first weight touched them, nothing shifted. The lintels bore the mass of water and time without complaint. Slowly she slipped through the opening, her camera angled to capture every detail. Inside, the gallery remained unchanged. The same herringbone floor, the same beveled walls that looked as though they had been laid only years before. She followed it deeper than the day before, her air supply ticking down in calm increments. 20 meters along, the passage ended in a sheer wall of darker stone. In the lamp's glow, the surface shimmered with a patina like old lacquer. No seams interrupted it. No joints or fissures suggested any division. It was simply there, smooth and monolithic, closing the gallery with a finality that felt almost deliberate. She reached out to touch it, half expecting some vibration or warmth. The stone remained cold as the rest, unmoved by contact. But when she angled her lamp down, she saw a detail that made her breath catch in her mask. In the precise center of the floor, a single groove began, a narrow channel incised into the herringbone paving, running straight into the base of the monolith, and disappearing beneath it. She knelt to record the groove, her hand steady though her pulse climbed. Behind her, the gallery felt less like a corridor, and more like a throat, a passage made to receive something that had never come, or perhaps had never left. When her gauge chimed a final warning, she retreated without haste, pausing once to look back as the darkness reclaimed the groove. In that moment, she understood why none of them would ever be able to call the roads beneath the Labrador shelf a ruin. They were not the remnants of a collapsed ambition. They were a design waiting, as calm and patient as the sea that covered them. The evening after the gallery was surveyed, the ship's lab became a place of uneasy communion. No one raised their voice or speculated out loud. Instead, they gathered around the displays, watching the footage replay in silent loops. The smooth paving, the unbroken monolith, the groove that vanished into the stone, as though it had been cut to receive something no one could name. A marine geologist tapped the edge of the screen with a knuckle and murmured that the darker surface was not local basalt, nor any sedimentary rock native to the continental shelf. No samples had been retrieved to prove it, but the spectral readings showed mineral signatures that should not have existed there. The material had come from somewhere else, from a quarry or a seam whose location remained as unrecorded as the roads themselves. When dawn came, the sea lay roiled by a north wind, the swells short and sharp but not enough to cancel operations. The divers prepared in stuttering gusts that plucked at their hoods and hissed in the gaps between crates. Today, they would attempt a longer transect along the outer lane, mapping the transition where the walls sank beneath the silt and the road disappeared into the deeper plain. Some part of each person knew that this final segment would be no more conclusive than any of the others. But there was a compulsion in the work, as if to turn away would be to leave an unfinished sentence hanging in the darkness. The descent brought them into a murk thicker than any of the prior dives. The storm above had churned the thermocline, drawing up veils of silt and particulate that drifted in slow, persistent clouds. They moved by compass headings and sonar alone, the columns of light from their lamps dissolving within arm's reach. When the first diver's palm brushed the wall, he felt the same bevel he had traced on the prior day, so precise it seemed immune to time. They advanced by touch as much as sight, hands sliding across limestone blocks laid before the earliest stories were ever told. After 15 minutes, the silt began to thin. The lamps caught the edge of the pavement where the lanes widened again into an apron of stone. Here, the channels were more numerous, packed so densely that no clear path remained between them. They formed a lattice of incisions, each groove running straight for meters before intersecting another at a measured angle. The divers spread out to record them, moving slowly so as not to obscure the lines with their own wake. A hush settled over the comms, an unspoken acknowledgement that the purpose of these grooves was not merely functional. Their density suggested an elaborate design, a pattern too large to see in its entirety from the silted floor. Near the far margin of the apron, a diver paused over something he had not expected. A depression cut into the paving itself, as though a single slab had been recessed in place. The cavity measured perhaps a meter square, its edges chamfered so cleanly that no debris had gathered in the join. He directed his lamp into the hollow, and saw that its floor was marked by 3 concentric rectangles, each incised to a different depth. The shapes nested inside one another like a sigil, though no culture he knew had ever used such a motif. When he reached down, the stone felt colder than the rest of the pavement, as if the recess had preserved a memory of its last purpose. The others converged, and together they documented every measurement, the depth of each groove, the angles of the corners, the spacing between the rectangles. Someone observed quietly that the proportions seemed too deliberate to be decorative. The cavity had been meant to receive something, an offering, a mechanism, or a marker. But whatever had once filled it was gone, removed or consumed in the centuries since the roads were abandoned. The emptiness felt less like loss, and more like a refusal. They continued along the lane, recording the place where the walls declined in height before sinking altogether into silt. Even here, where the paving disappeared under a soft mantle of sediment, the sonar showed the same consistent line continuing into the gloom. The road had not ended, it had simply been hidden. In the final minutes of their air supply, the lid diver turned back to the cavity one last time. The rectangles shone under the beam in clean relief, their proportions unchanged by all the water above them. She thought of the monolith behind the hidden gallery, of the groove that slipped into its base, of the way the columns of Sarnan Deep had leaned toward an unmarked center. Everywhere they went, the same vocabulary repeated: precision, symmetry, an elegance that defied erosion. But the sentences those shapes composed were in a language older than any she had ever learned to read. As the divers surfaced, the sea had calmed to a restless heave, the wind dying in irregular breaths. The ship's deck was wet with spray, the cables beaded with cold. No one spoke as they stripped out of their suits. There was nothing left to say that would not diminish the mystery. In the lab, the cavity replayed in silent footage, the nested rectangles, and the perfect walls around them indifferent to every question. Late that night, the project lead stood alone at the stern. The coordinates glowed on her tablet, numbers without names, a grid drawn over something that had no interest in being mapped. She closed the screen, and let the darkness reclaim it. In her memory, she still felt the cold of the recess beneath her palm, the hush of that hidden gallery, the lattice of grooves so precise it shamed every familiar notion of craftsmanship. She understood, as she had from the moment the first sonar return had sketched its impossible straight line, that the roads were not a relic to be explained. They were a design that had never needed explanation, only the courtesy of being seen. When morning came, the sea had settled into a polished calm that made the prior day's turmoil feel improbable. The ship lay motionless above the hidden grid, the sonar pulses echoing back their confirmations in steady intervals. No new anomalies appeared on the readouts. No sudden collapses or slides had claimed the lanes in the night. It was as if the roads had never noticed the diver's presence at all. The final descent was planned with the unspoken understanding that nothing conclusive would be found. The project lead reviewed the checklists without effect, her voice level as she assigned sectors. One team would re-examine the lattice of grooves and document any variation in depth. Another would attempt to trace the main lane farther than before, mapping where it disappeared beneath the rising plane. A third would return to the hidden gallery behind the breached wall and place a single passive recorder in the groove that vanished under the monolith. It was an admission of humility more than any conviction it would yield answers. A gesture that acknowledged the scale of the mystery. The divers dropped in staggered intervals. Even from the first meters, the clarity of the water felt different. A deceptive lucidity that made the structures seem closer than they were. As the last fin cleared the surface, the ship's deck fell into a hush so complete it seemed to press against the ears. The team bound for the lattice reached it quickly. From this vantage, the grooves appeared less like channels, and more like the veins of an enormous leaf, branching and tapering, the spaces between them precise as the bars of an instrument. One diver drifted above the widest groove, her lamp set to low angle. Under the oblique light, the incisions gleamed with a polish she had never seen on seabed stone, an almost oily smoothness that looked deliberate, as if friction itself had been engineered away. She traced a fingertip along one groove's edge, and felt the same conviction that had haunted her since the first day. These roads were not monuments to the past. They were instructions meant for a hand that never came. Farther along the main lane, the second team advanced in slow increments, recording each point where the paving began to vanish under the sediment. Every 20 meters, the limestone receded beneath a drape of silt that grew thicker until the road became only a memory, a suggestion of shape beneath a soft pall. But the sonar confirmed it never wavered in its course, never turned aside. When the last marker was placed, the lead diver knelt in the water column and simply watched the edge where stone yielded to concealment. The effect was unsettling in its simplicity. There was no collapse, no damage. The road had been covered, as if by design, sealed under a mantle of time that no storm or current had seen fit to disturb. In the hidden gallery, the third diver crept along the narrow passage with the recorder slung against her hip. The walls pressed close, the herringbone floor unchanged by all their visits. When she reached the end, the monolith rose in her lights like a quiet verdict, the groove at its base gleaming in clean relief. She set the recorder in the channel, adjusting its angle until the lens stared directly into the place where the groove disappeared beneath the stone. For a moment she held her breath, half expecting some reaction, a shift of current, a flicker of silt, any sign that the presence of a watcher had been acknowledged. Nothing moved. The hush was complete, older than memory. She touched her hand to the groove in a gesture that felt almost apologetic, then turned and began her slow retreat. Above, the surface remained untroubled, the sky as pale and blank as the slabs below. The project lead stood at the rail, watching the buoys drift in lazy arcs. In her pocket, she carried a small slate inscribed with the site's working name, Sarnen Road Complex. The words looked absurd now, as if the neatness of the label could domesticate something that had existed before language. She closed her fingers around the slate, and let her hand drop to her side. When the divers surfaced, their eyes found hers without need of signal. There was no triumph in their expressions, no frustration, only the quiet recognition that they had come as far as they could, that whatever intention lay beneath the Labrador shelf had permitted them no more than the outline of its shape. They stripped their gear in silence, the sound of zippers and latches swallowed by the flat water. One by one, they stepped away, leaving their suits in loose heaps that smelled of salt and old stone. The last files were backed up in the lab. High-resolution scans of grooves, topographical models of the paving, time-lapse footage of the monolith's patient darkness. All of it stored in folders with names that seemed inadequate. When the lead closed the final report, she paused over the field marked interpretation. For a long moment, she considered typing something, any sentence that might acknowledge what the data could not. In the end, she left it blank. Night fell without ceremony. The wind did not return. The ship's running lights gleamed on the water, casting pale corridors that dissolved before they touched the waves. On the horizon, a low bank of cloud drew a line between the known and the unspoken, and in the darkness below, the roads remained as they had always been, unaltered, uninterested, complete. Long after the rest of the crew had turned in, the project lead lingered at the rail. She thought of the recess in the paving, the perfect groove in the gallery floor, the way the lattice of incisions had suggested a purpose as clear as it was unreachable. There was no question left to ask that did not feel presumptuous. The roads had never required understanding. They had been built to endure without it. When she finally stepped back from the rail, she closed her eyes and let the hush of the water fill her one last time, a reminder that some inheritances were not meant to be claimed but only seen, and left intact in the dark. When the first systematic bathymetric surveys were commissioned along the mid-Atlantic ridge near the Azores, the primary objective was geological, an effort to map the spreading center where new seafloor was continuously born. The research ships were outfitted with seismic profilers and magnetometers, instruments meant to decipher the slow tectonic ballet that shaped the ocean basin. But it was the side-scan sonar, used almost as an afterthought, that recorded something no one could explain. In a swath of seabed 300 meters below the nearest ridge crest, the sonar returned a sequence of repeating vaults, arched spaces arranged in a row, their outlines too regular to dismiss as chance. The survey team assumed at first they were lava tubes, remnants of ancient eruptions that had hollowed out the basalt, yet the dimensions refused that explanation. Each chamber measured the same width, 20 meters across, and rose to the same height, the apex of each arch terminating in a flattened keystone, rather than the smooth parabolic dome typical of volcanic hollows. Even stranger, the vaults were not isolated. They were linked by a corridor-like passage, an axial path that ran straight and unbroken from one chamber to the next. When the raw data reached the analysis center in Lisbon, the researchers pored over the profiles for days. One geophysicist traced the arches with a stylus, tapping each with the back of her pen, as if the act might conjure a more rational pattern. She could not find one. The proportions were uncannily human, an aisle the width of a street, chambers the size of civic halls, the repeated geometry of construction, rather than accident. And yet, no legend spoke of settlements here, no fragment of myth suggested builders, who could have shaped chambers so massive, and set them beneath kilometers of salt water. Funding for an exploratory dive was almost impossible to secure. No government was eager to sponsor a project that threatened to sound like the fantasies of fringe historians, but the strangeness was too persuasive to ignore altogether. Eventually, a private foundation agreed to underwrite a limited mission, a submersible survey, with no commitment to excavation or recovery. The contract specified that the findings would remain embargoed pending peer review. If the vaults proved to be no more than geological illusions, no harm would come of it. The ship departed in late autumn, when the Atlantic lay restless, and the wind carried a constant edge of cold. The divers watched the swells climb the hull in slow surges, and wondered whether the sea would allow them even a single clear descent. When the weather broke for 2 days of calm, they seized the window without hesitation. The submersible launched in the hush before dawn, its hull gleaming like a submerged star as it slipped below the waves. For almost an hour, nothing but darkness framed the portholes. The descent was a suspension, time measured only by the slow drop in temperature and the steady rise of pressure. Then the lamps ignited, sweeping the seabed with a cold, uniform glow. At first there was only silt and the broken outlines of basalt flows, and then the arches emerged. Even through the distortion of the water, their regularity was undeniable. The vaults rose from the plain in a procession, each arch the twin of its neighbor, each wall set into the same alignment. No detritus littered the entrances, no coral colonized the facades. The stone gleamed bare, a clarity that felt almost defiant. The pilot guided the sub closer, and the cameras panned across the first threshold. Inside, the floor descended in a shallow gradient, the same incline in every chamber. Along the base of the walls, a ledge protruded flat and unornamented, as though designed to receive some object or occupant now long vanished. They moved chamber by chamber, the sub's instruments recording each contour. In the second vault, the cameras caught a detail that made the pilot exhale sharply, a recess in the wall shaped like an aperture, its rim beveled to a precision that could not be natural. It was no more than a meter wide, but it recurred in the same position in each subsequent chamber, a constant repeated absence that defied any volcanic origin. In the control tent topside, the team watched in a silence so total that the hum of the monitors became oppressive. One researcher whispered that the chambers were too well preserved, their forms too unweathered. He trailed off before he could say what he meant. The thought was the same on every mind, that the vaults had been hidden, deliberately, sealed under silt and darkness before any witness could record who built them, or why. When the submersible surfaced, the sun was sinking into a bank of cloud, the light washing the decks in a dull grey. The pilot climbed out last, his eyes still fixed on the ocean as if trying to see the vaults through the waves. No one said the word temple, no one dared to call it a tomb or a palace. The vaults had never asked for names. They had only waited, indifferent to every age that passed above them. The second descent began at first light, when the Atlantic lay in one of its fleeting moods of stillness. The submersible's hull slipped beneath the waves without fanfare, cables humming as they paid out in measured increments. In the control tent, the pilot kept one gloved hand resting lightly against the ballast controls, as though steadying himself for what he already knew the cameras would show. Some among the team still hoped the prior day's footage might prove misleading, an illusion of perspective, a trick of shadow and erosion. But as the last 100 meters fell away, the vaults rose into view exactly as they had appeared before, vast, regular, and undeniably deliberate. They approached the first arch more slowly this time. The submersible's lamps swept across the threshold in long, patient arcs, revealing details too subtle to have been noticed in the first pass. Along the outer curve of the vault's keystone, a series of shallow incisions traced an arc nearly the width of the chamber itself. Each line was straight, terminating in a small depression no deeper than a fingertip. The marks formed no script any of them recognized, but the symmetry of their placement refused to be dismissed as mere accident. One by one, the researchers leaned closer to the monitors, reading the pattern like a sentence in an unknown language. Inside, the air of deliberation only deepened. The floors of each chamber descended with the same steady pitch, flattening near the center where a broad dais rose from the silt. No organic growth clung to the surface, no drift of sediment had settled in the low perimeter trough that encircled the platform. The pilot maneuvered the cameras in slow orbits, capturing the dais from every angle. At its center, a small rectangular recess had been carved, no longer than a man's forearm and perhaps half as wide. It was empty now, its floor swept clean by some current none of them could feel. Even so, its shape conveyed a readiness that felt intimate and unsettling, a place meant to cradle something precious enough to deserve the protection of an entire vaulted hall. When they moved into the next chamber, the pattern repeated with a precision that defied all natural analogy. The same dais rose in the same position, the same perimeter trough encircled it. The same recess waited in the center, unmarred by any sign of disturbance or decay. It was as though the builders had composed the first chamber, and then copied it, again and again, perfect in each repetition. The absence of any fragment, no broken tool, no fallen inscription, no scattering of debris, made the design feel more intentional rather than less. Someone had meant these spaces to endure in their completeness, unadorned by anything that could be mistaken for ruin. At the fourth chamber, a change appeared. Along the rear wall, the beveled aperture seen in the earlier vaults had been expanded. Instead of a shallow recess, the opening gaped into a corridor that tunneled deeper into the rock. The walls of the passage were smooth, carved in a gradual taper that gave the illusion of infinite depth. The pilot swung the cameras into the darkness, adjusting the exposure until the far reaches of the passage resolved on the feed. What they saw was not the expected blank terminus, but another threshold, a doorway framed in the same pale stone, its lintel etched with a design that was both familiar and unknowable. The same shallow lines and depressions seen on the outer keystones, arranged here in a denser, more complex pattern. The control tent was so still that the sub's transmission sounded intrusive, every crackle of static amplified against the hush. The team did not speak, because there was nothing to say. The vaults were no longer a curiosity, no longer a misinterpreted lava formation. They were architecture, deliberate, ordered, executed with a skill that had left no evidence of labor behind. And in that realization lay a deeper disquiet. No record existed of a culture capable of such precision. No legend hinted that human hands had ever touched this abyssal plane. The pilot in the submersible steadied the lamp and held it on the carved lintel. The grooves were so fine, they almost vanished under the light, as if the stone absorbed illumination in preference to reflection. For a moment, he thought he glimpsed a repeating motif hidden among the lines, something like the coils of a spiral, nested one inside another until the eye could no longer track the curve. Then the image flickered as a current, eddied through the passage, and when the picture cleared, the illusion was gone. They did not attempt to enter the corridor. Even in the controlled calm of the sub's cockpit, there was an intuition that the passage was not an invitation. It was a boundary, and no one aboard felt inclined to test it. The pilot marked the coordinates and withdrew, guiding the submersible back into the chamber with the same deliberate caution a diver might use in the tomb of a forgotten sovereign. As they rose through the water column, the vaults receded one by one, their arches folding into the darkness as though they had never been revealed at all. In the control tent, the team remained seated long after the last frame had frozen on the monitors. Each person felt a private certainty that the vaults had never been meant to be found, that their endurance was a quiet testament to an ambition too old to record, too self-contained to explain. When the submersible finally breached the surface, The wind had begun to stir again. The sea rippled in slow undulations, indifferent to the history concealed beneath it. The ship's engines rumbled to life, and the cables groaned as they lifted the craft aboard. For the rest of the night, no one reviewed the footage. The vaults were not going anywhere, and their silence would remain unchanged, whether examined in the dark or left to wait a little longer. The third descent came after a night of wind that drove short waves against the hull, until the hours before dawn. When the sea stilled again, it felt less like a reprieve and more like a concession. The team prepared their instruments in a hush, as if any sound might cool the storm back. No one pretended the vaults would yield to explanation, but there was an unspoken obligation to see the work to its end. The submersible dropped along the same tethered path as before, guided by coordinates, marked so precisely they had begun to feel ritualistic. As the last meters fell away, the cameras flickered and steadied, the pale stone arches emerging as if they had never left the screens. Each vault rose in perfect sequence, unmarred by the churn above. Even the silt along the thresholds lay smooth, as though currents themselves deferred to the chamber's permanence. This time, the team focused on the recesses in the dais. At the center of each hall, a manipulator arm was fitted with a soft brush to clear any residue without scarring the surfaces. As the pilot maneuvered the instrument into place, the lamps brightened to reveal the depressions in full. Each recess had been cut to identical proportions, length, width, depth exact to the millimeter. Along the inner walls, the same nested arcs traced their delicate paths, spiraling so subtly that the eye could lose them in the grain of the limestone. The brush passed over them in slow, deliberate arcs, raising no cloud of debris. The grooves were clean. In the second chamber, the same recess repeated, unblemished and bare. The manipulator probed its corners, testing for any sign of residue. A fragment of something dark clung to the lower edge, an irregular fleck, no larger than a fingernail. The arm retrieved it with painstaking care, folding the specimen into a containment capsule. Even through the screen, it looked too fine-grained to be organic. The geologist watching from the control tent did not hazard a guess. If the vaults were older than Neolithic Europe, as some of the preliminary dating implied, no context remained for understanding what they had once held. Beyond the second chamber, the passage widened into the fourth vault, where the corridor had first appeared. The team had debated whether to venture farther into the aperture, whether to confirm what the cameras had glimpsed the previous day. A second doorway cut into the stone beyond. Today, the decision was made quietly. They would advance by increments, recording every surface before attempting entry. The sub eased forward, the manipulator retracted, lights trained on the threshold. The corridor swallowed the lamps in gradients of grey until the doorway emerged again, framed in the same precise angles as the vaults. The carved lintel glimmered under the high-intensity beam, the incisions finer than any chisel mark known from historical masonry. The nested spirals reappeared, layered and recursive, so numerous the eye struggled to resolve them. No sediment drifted in the passage. The water felt thinner here, a clarity that lent every detail the weight of deliberate construction. The pilot stopped the sub's advance. Just beyond the doorway, the floor inside was smooth, paved in large slabs, so evenly joined that no trace of grout or bedding showed. Along the right-hand wall, a line of shallow recesses punctuated the surface, each one shaped like a half ellipse, their depths uniform. The first diver to speak did so softly, voice almost lost in the comm static. "It's like a nave," she said, and no one corrected her. The resemblance was undeniable. A long hall, walls punctuated by niches, proportions so balanced they evoked the calm of a place meant for ritual. At the far end of the chamber, the lights caught the suggestion of a plinth rising from the floor. Unlike the daisies in the main vaults, this structure was taller, narrow enough that it might have served as a pedestal rather than an altar. No object remained upon it, but the top bore a shallow depression shaped like an octagon, its edges beveled with the same improbable precision. Around the base, a ring of incised lines radiated outward, disappearing into the paving, as though the stone itself had absorbed whatever significance they once carried. The pilot held the cameras there, the feed transmitting in perfect clarity. On the monitor's top side, the image was so sharp, It looked unreal, a pedestal in a chamber no map had ever marked, no legend had ever described, no culture had ever claimed. In the control tent, the silence grew heavier with each passing moment. No one needed to voice the conclusion that had begun to gather in every mind. The vaults and the corridor were not remnants of a lost settlement, or evidence of a single forgotten generation. They were a statement, an intention laid into the bones of the earth, meant to endure beyond the reach of memory. When the tanks neared their margin, the sub reversed its path, gliding back through the corridor with the same caution it had shown entering. The vaults emerged one by one, each arch giving way to the next, their proportions unchanged, their silence unbroken. For the final pass, the pilot turned the lamps toward the ceilings. Along the apex of the last vault, a row of shallow depressions marked the stone in intervals so regular, they formed a rhythm the eye could not dismiss. It was a measure of something, though no one yet knew what. They surfaced under a sky, the color of tarnished silver, the swell gentler than it had been at dawn. When the sub's hatch swung open, the pilot remained seated for a long moment, breathing slowly as though he needed time to reacclimate. He looked across the water, and felt without sentimentality that the vaults did not care whether they had been seen. Their purpose was complete in itself, unconcerned by any witness. That night, the footage played in a continuous loop, the pedestal flickering in the dark of the lab. The team watched in shifts, no one quite able to look away. In every silence between the images, the same understanding returned: the vaulted chambers had never waited for discovery. They had only waited for acknowledgement, and even that perhaps was incidental. By the fourth day, the expedition had entered a rhythm that felt almost monastic. Each dawn began with the same procedures, the same quiet recitations of checklists, the same slow preparation of the submersible, as though it were a votive offering, lowered into the Atlantic's cold, unlit depths. No one discussed the possibility of extending the mission, though everyone knew the thought had taken root. There was an unspoken consensus that leaving the vaults unrecorded, unwitnessed in their completeness, would feel like abandoning a responsibility larger than any single research grant or institutional mandate. The sea had calmed overnight, its surface a pale sheen that betrayed no hint of the chambers hidden below. As the sub descended, the water darkened in measured degrees until the cameras ignited and the familiar arches reappeared. In the control tent, the pilot's voice was low and steady, reciting depths and headings in a tone that bordered on reverence. The chambers seemed unchanged, untouched by the prior days of scrutiny. If the presence of the submersible stirred any echo in their silence, it was too subtle for the instruments to record. Today's objective was to focus exclusively on the corridor that led to the hidden pedestal chamber. The team had rigged the manipulator arm with a probe capable of measuring micro-depressions invisible to the cameras, a sensor so fine it could record the pressure of a single fingertip. The idea was almost absurd, to quantify the intention of hands that had cut stone so precisely that no visible mark betrayed the method. But even the most skeptical among them agreed the attempt was necessary. Some part of understanding began with admitting how little was known. The sub drifted through the threshold with an ease that made the passage feel less like a barrier and more like an antechamber. The lamps lit the paving stones in clean planes, revealing the nested niches in the walls. As the probe traced the recesses, the readings returned the same impossible consistency, each hollow identical in depth and radius, no variance beyond the instrument's tolerance. It was not merely craftsmanship, but the expression of a geometry so disciplined it approached something closer to mathematics. One researcher whispered over the comms that it was as if the builders had designed the chamber to remain in conversation with itself, each line reflecting another, every measurement confirming the same elegant proportions. At the far end, the pedestal waited unchanged. The octagonal depression atop its surface seemed almost expectant in the high-intensity light, as though the absence of its intended object were an unfinished clause in a sentence no one could translate. The pilot steadied the camera, bringing the incised lines into focus. They radiated outward in perfect intervals, terminating at the edges of the floor where the paving met the bare wall. In the feed, the pattern appeared deceptively simple, 8 spokes reaching from a hub. But the probe readings revealed a complexity no eye could see, minute ridges layered inside the grooves, too regular to be the product of erosion. If the lines were ornamental, they belonged to a language that assigned beauty to precision beyond comprehension. For an hour, the team documented every angle. The manipulator traced each groove to its terminus, measuring the micro variations in depth, recording the grain of the stone. Each pass returned the same conclusion. The incisions had been cut with a uniformity that surpassed any known technique of the Neolithic or Bronze Age. No striation suggested chisels or abrasion wheels. No discoloration hinted at fire or chemical treatment. They had simply been made, with an authority that left no evidence of process behind. When the last readings were stored, the pilot withdrew the probe and let the lamps pan slowly across the chamber. Even through the screen, the place felt less like a ruin than a pause, an interval preserved in darkness, indifferent to every passing century. The pedestal held its silence as the sub reversed course, backing toward the corridor. At the threshold, the cameras turned one final time to capture the lintel's nested spirals. Under the adjusted contrast, the pattern resolved more fully than before, a labyrinth of interlocking arcs so dense it suggested motion rather than stasis. The design was not random, it was an argument in stone, one that had never needed a listener. As the sub crossed into the larger vaults, the arches re-emerged with their own quiet authority. The dais in each hall retained its recess, immaculate and empty. No silt had drifted into the grooves, no mark suggested the passage of anything but water. The pilot slowed to a halt near the first vault's entrance, as though reluctant to leave the threshold. In the control tent, the monitors glowed in the dim light, each showing the same pale geometry that had begun to feel less like discovery and more like the recollection of something the world had chosen to forget. When the sub ascended, the sea was unbroken. The cables wound upward in patient revolutions, the craft rising through the strata of pressure and temperature until the first glimmers of daylight struck the viewport. On the deck, the wind had begun to stir again, brushing cold against every surface. As the hatch swung open, the pilot stepped out without speaking. He crossed to the rail and looked back across the water, his expression unreadable. In the lab, the last files were archived. Every image, every measurement, every second of footage was backed onto drives and stowed in redundant storage. The project lead sat before the final composite render, watching the vaults unfold in artificial light, each chamber superimposed in translucent layers that glowed against the black. The model showed what the water had hidden, an alignment so precise that any argument for coincidence collapsed under its weight. The chambers had been conceived as a single structure, each vault, corridor, and pedestal composing a pattern as deliberate as a heartbeat. When she closed the file, the darkness on the screen felt more honest than any interpretation she could offer. The vaulted chambers under the Azores were not waiting to be explained. Their silence was their message, their persistence, their only testament. Long after the lab lights dimmed and the ship's engines fell quiet, that certainty remained, a hush deeper than the sea itself, content to endure unacknowledged, complete without comprehension. The first sonar readings came in pulses across the Gulf of Cambay, their returns so clean they looked like schematic drawings, rather than echoes off an ancient seabed. The survey had been commissioned to chart silt distribution for dredging projects along India's western coast. No one involved expected to record what appeared to be the outlines of a vanished city, kilometers of rectilinear foundations, broad terraces, and the unmistakable geometry of planned streets. The operators called over their supervisors in disbelief, as each new pass confirmed the same impossible shapes. In the weeks that followed, the data were shared among regional marine institutes, then circulated in quiet urgency to archaeologists who specialized in pre-Harappan settlements. Each specialist repeated the same caution, that sonar could deceive the imagination into seeing design in chaos. Yet every high-resolution scan returned the same result. Grids so regular, they could not be credited to geology, platforms so broad they dwarfed any known settlement of comparable antiquity. In the end, it was the scale that forced even skeptics to reconsider. Whatever lay beneath the silt of the Gulf had been built on a magnitude no scattered habitation could explain. A grant was hurried into existence. A consortium of institutions gathered funds, ships, and political clearances. When the expedition finally departed from the port of Bhavnagar, the hold was crowded with equipment rarely deployed so close to shore: sub-bottom profilers to penetrate the layers of sediment, submersibles designed for deep trench surveys, sampling rigs meant to retrieve core slices of buried structures. Even the most conservative researchers admitted that something extraordinary waited in the Gulf's opaque water. The first dives took place at dawn under a sky the color of raw tin. The silt hung in slow suspension, stirred by the tide's long exhalations. Divers dropped along weighted lines, their lamps diffusing into a darkness so dense it felt granular. For the first 100 meters, there was nothing, only a dull seafloor broken by the occasional mound of drifted debris. But then the foundations appeared. They did not rise abruptly. Instead, the silt thinned in gradual curtains until the outlines emerged in widening clarity. Massive walls of dressed stone stretched in parallel corridors. Pavements of cut slabs extended in checkerboard grids, some vanishing under dunes of sediment, others laid bare in long unbroken plains. Instead, the silt thinned in gradual curted, inted said. No coral had taken hold on the surfaces. No fractures or slides had disturbed the alignments. Even the faint scouring of the currents seemed to have passed around the structures as though reluctant to mar their outlines. The divers advanced along what the sonar had marked as the western quadrant, a plaza nearly 100 meters across. The lamps caught the first mosaic in fragments, tesserae the size of a child's palm, each laid in geometric patterns that shifted as the beam moved across them. Spirals nested in squares, interlocking triangles whose edges met with a precision that made the breath catch in the chest. Even through the layer of sediment, the colors were visible: white, ochre, black, an abstract palette that felt both familiar and irreducibly alien. One diver knelt to brush the surface clear, and felt a jolt of recognition. The mosaics were not ornamental. They were symbols, but no script she had ever studied matched their repetition. Farther along the plaza's edge, a stairway descended into a wide trench. The steps were worn but unbroken, each riser the same height, the treads fitted with a slight pitch to shed water. The trench's walls rose in massive blocks, some carved with the same repeating motifs as the plaza floor. The divers followed the descent until the stairway vanished into silt so deep the lamps could not penetrate it. When they turned to ascend, the beams swept the upper courses of the trench, catching a detail none of them expected. In the center of one wall, a recess had been cut, a rectangle framed by a shallow border of chiseled grooves. Within the recess, a raised platform protruded, its surface incised with a grid of shallow dimples arranged in rows and columns. Each depression was identical in diameter, too uniform to be the product of erosion or ornament. They counted 144 of them before the silt drifted back across the grid. It looked for all the world like a board prepared to receive something: tiles, markers, offerings, now lost to any memory. The ascent was slow, a necessary caution in water that pressed at every seam of their suits. When the divers finally broke the surface, they did not speak as the deckhands pulled them aboard. The silence was not disbelief. It was the hush that comes when understanding recedes further with every new certainty. Whatever the mosaic city had been, it was older than any settlement known to the subcontinent. So old it predated the Harappan seals. So old it belonged to no chronology at all. That night, as the data were reviewed in the ship's lab, the outlines of the plaza returned in crisp monochrome: the grids of stone, the nested spirals, the unbroken courses of the trench walls. One researcher traced the mosaic pattern again and again, her finger moving in the same loop until she realized she was searching for a center that did not exist. The geometry refused a focal point, defying every expectation that it must depict a cosmology or a record. It was simply there, complete without explanation, whole without translation. The decks were quiet as the last readings were filed. The Gulf lapped against the hull in slow rhythms. No one said aloud what all had begun to feel: that the city had never been lost in any meaningful sense. It had merely continued, sealed in silt and darkness, its intention intact long after the world above forgot it had ever been built. The second morning on the Gulf began with a pale sun that hovered just above the horizon, casting a bleached reflection across the water. Even in daylight, the silt hung thick in the shallows, rising in clouds whenever the divers stirred the bottom. The ship lay anchored over the plaza's northern edge, the decks crowded with instruments, calibrated through the night. Though the team had agreed to focus on systematic recording, an undercurrent of urgency shaped every movement. No one said aloud that the discovery might be too large to document in a single expedition, but the awareness pressed behind every glance and every clipped instruction. When the first team dropped below, they carried heavier lighting rigs, hoping to trace the mosaic panels beyond the zone glimpsed the day before. As the silt thinned, the lamps swept across the paving in long arcs of gold and shadow. More patterns emerged, spirals uncoiling in measured steps, rows of concentric diamonds nested inside each other, and at the center of one panel, a tessellated figure so finely laid that the eye could barely resolve the edges of each tile. Some arrangement of squares and circles repeated over and over, interlocked in a motif that had no clear axis, no single point of orientation. A diver hovered above the design, feeling a sensation she struggled later to describe, an awareness that the mosaic was not a representation, but a statement, a pattern whose presence alone seemed to complete some unspoken proposition. She circled it twice before forcing herself to continue. Each moment in its proximity made the rest of the plaza feel less substantial, as if the geometry beneath her gloves had begun to dictate how all surrounding space should be understood. To the east, another diver traced the line of the retaining wall that bounded the trench. As her hands slid along the courses of stone, she felt a faint change in texture. The lamps turned, and in the revealed slope, she saw an abrupt transition. The base course was composed of a darker material, veined with narrow seams of quartz. The blocks were massive, but set so precisely that her probe could not penetrate the joints. Along the upper edge, a shallow band of symbols had been incised, repeating chevrons interrupted at regular intervals by a single vertical mark. She counted 9 repetitions before the silt drifted down again, in a soft curtain. When she surfaced hours later, the researchers in the lab reviewed the footage frame by frame. One of the linguists remarked in a low voice that the pattern had no known correspondence in any corpus of Harappan or pre-Harappan script. Another noted that the material itself was anomalous. The darker stone did not match the local geology. It had been transported from somewhere else, quarried, shaped, and set in place by hands that had left no trace of themselves. The question of how it had been moved remained unasked. Everyone had already begun to accept that their old measures of plausibility no longer applied. The second team descended with a coring rig, intent on sampling the fill material behind the walls. Their objective was simple: to learn whether the structures had been built in a single epoch or layered over centuries of reoccupation. They drilled into the trench floor with a slow, cautious pressure. As the bit cut into the silt, the sensors relayed composition data in real time. For nearly a meter, the readouts showed nothing unusual, fine sediment layered in predictable gradients. But then the composition shifted. The instrument registered dense aggregates mixed with traces of ash and calcined bone. The presence of organic residue so deep beneath the plaza suggested an occupation phase predating the upper courses by millennia. If confirmed, it meant the mosaic city was not a single construction but an accretion, an evolving settlement that had risen and fallen in cycles lost to any known record. They retrieved the core in sealed canisters and secured them in the lab's refrigerated vault. As the samples were logged, the deckhands prepared for another dive. The team's fatigue showed in their posture, in the way no one made eye contact as they checked their gauges. But no one suggested postponement. The city had begun to exert a pull stronger than any exhaustion, a compulsion born of the realization that it had never belonged to any one generation. It had outlasted every narrative that tried to claim it. By dusk the ship's hold was crowded with samples, stone fragments etched with shallow lines, tesserae pried loose from the edge of the plaza, grains of pigment scraped from a panel so delicately colored that no one could decide whether it was decoration or code. In the lab, a technician adjusted the magnification on a segment of mosaic. Under the lens, each tile resolved into tiny facets, their edges beveled in a way that made them lock together with uncanny precision. Even where the grout had eroded, the tesserae did not shift. They remained fused by the pressure of their own perfect fit. Late that evening, as the last logs were entered, the project lead stepped out onto the deck. The gulf stretched flat and silent to every horizon, as if complicit in the concealment of the city's past. He thought of the stairway descending into darkness, the grid of dimples set into the wall, the mosaic whose geometry could not be read. Every detail felt more deliberate than the last, as though the city's builders had known precisely how to outlast every witness, every empire, every ambition. The wind rose in a long sigh against the rail. Somewhere below, the plaza waited in the hush it had kept for thousands of years. In that moment, he understood that no discovery could ever claim it. The city had never been lost. It had only receded, content to remain complete without the permission or comprehension of those who might one day come searching. By the third day, the expedition had abandoned any expectation that the site would yield to conventional categories. The divers no longer spoke of structures or complexes. Even the word city had begun to feel inadequate, too small a concept for something so meticulously wrought and yet so defiantly silent. The gulf itself seemed to share the mood, the water smoothing into an unbroken expanse that mirrored the sky's wan light. The first team descended with a portable sonar array, designed to penetrate the deeper silt layers. Their objective was to map the subsurface anomalies that the preliminary scans had hinted at, dark streaks that suggested the presence of buried walls or foundations beneath the visible plaza. As the array was unfolded and positioned across the paving stones, the divers moved with a care that bordered on reverence. The grid beneath their boots had a presence that felt less like ruin and more like a preserved intention, something whole and waiting. While the sonar pulsed in steady intervals, another diver traced the southern edge of the plaza. Here the paving terminated in a straight boundary, an abrupt end that dropped into a shelf of silt 2 meters deep. She descended along the slope and swept her lamp across the sediment. A shadow caught her attention, an outline that curved against the grain of the seafloor. She probed it with a gloved hand and felt the crisp edge of cut stone. With slow, patient gestures, she began to uncover it, brushing the silt away in small clouds. The shape resolved into a massive slab, its surface incised with a repeating sequence of shallow indentations arranged in nested rows. The pattern resembled nothing she had seen among the plaza's other designs. The indentations were irregular in spacing, yet each was perfectly circular, as if they had been stamped rather than chiseled. She counted more than 50 before the rising silt obscured her view. When she marked the coordinates and began her ascent, she felt an irrational reluctance to leave the stone unobserved, as if her attention alone had somehow completed it, if only for a moment. Above, the sonar survey continued its slow progress across the plaza. In the control tent, the monitors flickered with real-time returns, bright strata layered beneath the paving, deeper anomalies arranged in straight lines that extended beyond the visible city's perimeter. A technician adjusted the gain until the images clarified, revealing an entire buried level, corridors and chambers stacked beneath the grid they had thought was the foundation. The scale of the construction was suddenly incomprehensible. No known culture, not even the Harappan cities at their zenith, had built so extensively beneath the ground. The project lead studied the feed in silence. He watched the corridors intersect in a lattice too precise for collapse or natural fracture. Even the buried voids maintained right angles, their proportions echoing the geometry above. In the span of a single survey, the site had doubled in depth and complexity. Whatever the mosaic city had been, it was no ephemeral settlement. It was a place built to last beyond recollection, sealed under layers of intention as deliberate as any architecture above the waterline. In the afternoon, a second team descended to retrieve core samples from the newly detected sublevel. They drilled with a precision that made every minute feel extended. When the first core was lifted from the seabed, the silt clung in damp sheets to the transparent casing. The technician wiped it clean and held the light to the layers. Within the compacted sediment, a stratum of ash was clearly visible, a band no thicker than a finger, but dark as obsidian. The lab's geochemist lifted the core and simply stared. The last known volcanic event in this region had occurred thousands of years before any recognized civilization could have quarried and laid these stones. The realization passed through the team without comment. It was no longer a question of whether the site predated history. It was a question of how many iterations of history it had already outlasted. Near dusk, the last descent was made to the trench wall where the rectangular recess had been discovered. A diver floated motionless before it, studying the grid of dimples in the carved platform. The lamp swept back and forth, revealing the faint gleam of mineral deposits in the depressions, traces of something crystalline that had formed long after the original surface had been abandoned. She ran a probe across the grid, measuring each cavity's depth and diameter. They were consistent within fractions of a millimeter. No random pitting could account for such uniformity. As she recorded the final measurements, she felt a chill that had nothing to do with the cold. Whatever purpose this grid had served, it had been designed with an exactness that approached a kind of doctrine, an insistence that nothing be left to chance. When the divers surfaced for the last time that day, the wind had picked up, coming the gulf into corrugated ranks of dark water. The ship rocked gently against its moorings. The project lead stood at the rail and looked into the failing light. He thought of the tessellated mosaics, whose geometry defied interpretation, the buried corridors that no chronicle had ever described, and the dimples in the slab that had measured something no living witness could recall. It felt as though the city itself had been constructed to be untranslatable, a safeguard against any civilization that might rise and presume to inherit its meaning. In the lab, the sonar images scrolled in silence, the outlines of submerged chambers stacking over each other in quiet defiance of the centuries. As the last readings were archived, a technician closed her eyes and imagined the city as it had been when the sea first rose to claim it. Each tile unbroken, each corridor swept clean, each recessed cavity filled with whatever offering or instrument the builders had intended. She understood then, in a way that had nothing to do with evidence or inference, that the city had not been lost. It had simply withdrawn into the silt, as certain in its own completeness as any living thing. By the final day of the expedition, the sea had turned glossy and deceptive, the Gulf's surface calm as a held breath. The ship floated motionless above the plaza, its lights cutting pale corridors through the dawn. No one spoke of how much remained unexplored, how many kilometers of buried structures lay beyond the narrow perimeter they had traced. There was no pretense that the work could be finished. The divers prepared in silence, each movement measured, as though they were reluctant to disturb the hush that had gathered over the decks. The last descent began at sunrise. The submersible cameras traced the familiar descent into silt-dark water until the paving emerged again, clear and undiminished. Every angle had become familiar, yet nothing about the place felt known. The patterns still held their silence, the mosaics shining in the lamp's beam, like a language that had never needed translation. The team's objective was to follow the buried sublevel as far as the sonar could guide them. At the plaza's northern edge, a fissure in the pavement had hinted at a descending stair, a passage into the deeper lattice revealed by the previous day's scans. The divers advanced along the crack, their lamps probing each crevice for the shape of an opening. It appeared at last as a shallow trough, its edges squared with a crispness that made the heart stutter. One diver knelt at the lip and brushed the silt aside. Beneath the deposit, a stair emerged, narrow, perfectly straight, each tread identical to the last. They descended in careful increments. The passage felt impossibly still, the water undisturbed by any current. As they reached the base of the steps, the floor leveled into a corridor wider than any they had seen above. The walls were faced with massive blocks of dark stone, their surfaces striated by fine incisions running in parallel ranks from floor to ceiling. No one could say whether the lines were marks of construction or some deliberate notation. The probes that traced them recorded no variation in depth. Each groove had been cut to an unvarying measure that implied a tool no one could name. The corridor continued for nearly 30 meters before terminating in a chamber. The lamps swung across the walls, revealing a geometry at once familiar and disquieting, every surface tiled in panels of stone, each incised with a pattern of nested triangles. The motifs repeated in perfect sequence, but the orientation shifted, Some rotated 90 degrees, some mirrored as though reflecting an unseen axis. A diver moved closer to photograph them, and for an instant she felt the strangest conviction that the patterns were not meant to be seen in stillness. Their arrangement suggested motion, a procession of forms that only revealed their full design, as one walked along the walls in a sequence no living person remembered. At the center of the chamber, a low plinth rose from the floor, its top polished to a matte finish. No offering lay there now, but the proportions felt unmistakably deliberate. On its surface, a shallow groove described an incomplete circle, a line that began at the plinth's edge and terminated before it could close, as though the gesture had been interrupted or withheld. The diver touched the groove with one gloved fingertip, feeling its depth with a sudden, irrational certainty that it had been left unfinished on purpose, an enigma engraved in the very heart of the city. Above, the ship's control tent watched in unbroken silence. The feed from the cameras transmitted each detail, with unflinching clarity, the nested triangles flickering in artificial light. The project lead made no comment, her pencil hovering above the logbook, as though no words would suffice. The presence of the place was too complete, too sure of itself. To call it a ruin seemed a diminishment, an insult to the fact that its purpose had outlasted every attempt to name it. When the divers signaled for ascent, they lingered a moment at the plinth. No one said why, but each of them seemed reluctant to be the first to leave it unobserved again. At last, they turned and retraced the corridor, passing beneath the ranks of incised lines. As they rose into the upper plaza, the mosaics greeted them with the same impassive clarity. The tesserae had not shifted, the grids had not lost a single tile. Even the deepest silt refused to obscure the certainty of the city's design. On the deck, the last of the retrieved samples were secured in their containers. Fragments of patterned stone, cores of the buried sublevel, slivers of pigment too fragile to withstand prolonged handling. The logbooks filled with measured descriptions, length, depth, composition, but none of the entries could contain the quiet finality that hung in the air. The expedition had proved only one truth, that the mosaic city had been constructed with an intention so precise that time itself had failed to disarrange it. In the final hour before departure, the project lead stood alone at the rail. The gulf stretched away in every direction, flat and opaque. Somewhere beneath the waterline, the chamber with its incomplete circle waited, unbothered by the curiosity that had disturbed its darkness. She thought of the first sonar returns, those crisp outlines no one had believed, and of the way each new certainty had only deepened the mystery. As the engines rumbled to life and the anchor was hauled aboard, she pressed her hand against the cold metal rail. She understood, in a way that had nothing to do with scholarship, that the city had never been lost. It had chosen concealment with a deliberation equal to the care that had laid each stone. Whatever it had once been, a sanctuary, a testament, a record, its purpose remained intact, sealed in the quiet beneath the silt. The ship turned eastward, leaving the gulf to its hush, and the mosaic city receded beneath the waves, content in the knowledge that it had endured not because it had been hidden, but because it had never needed to be found. The first reports were little more than rumors, divers returning from the Bahamian shallows, with stories of perfect arches, glimpsed between columns of brain coral. Most had assumed the formations were simply outcrops of limestone weathered into improbable shapes. The Bimini Road itself had been debated for decades, alternately claimed as proof of ancient engineering or dismissed as a geological curiosity. But the accounts of arches, structures that stood free of the seabed in clean, uncollapsed spans, were harder to wave away as coincidence. When a private marine survey company agreed to a preliminary mapping, no one expected much. The project was funded more out of curiosity than conviction. A small vessel set out under a waning moon, its hull crowded with divers and side-scan sonar arrays, patched together from older expeditions. The sea was glassy that night, the currents almost too slow to measure, as though the water itself were holding its breath. At dawn the first sonar passes began. For a long hour, the screens returned nothing but the familiar rippled plain of sand and the low escarpments of reef. Then, without warning, the resolution sharpened. A row of arches emerged in the data, 3 great spans standing in a crescent, their proportions so regular that the technicians fell silent in unison. Each arch rose from broad plinths buried in the sediment, their heights nearly identical, their curvature described by the same unbroken radius. No slump or fracture marred their lines. It was as though they had been placed there, waiting in the silt for the moment someone would think to look. The first dives took place before midday. The formations rose from the seabed like the ribs of a colossal rib cage, their surfaces sheathed in colonies of coral that glowed pale orange under the sun. Even through layers of living encrustation, the outlines were unmistakable. The stone had been cut into blocks, each fitted so tightly against its neighbor that the seams vanished beneath a skin of lichen and calcite. A diver approached the nearest span, running her hand along a joint so fine she could not wedge the tip of a blade between the stones. At the crown of the arch, the coral thinned, revealing the keystone itself, a tapered block no larger than a suitcase, seated so precisely that the weight of the arch remained perfectly balanced. She felt a chill as she counted the courses, 7 in total, each narrowing in clean increments toward the apex. It was a geometry she had studied in textbooks of classical engineering, but never expected to encounter here, under a Caribbean sky. At the base of the central arch, the plinth protruded from the silt just enough to show a beveled edge. The cut was deliberate, its angle uniform along the visible perimeter. She signaled to the others, and together they began to clear the sediment by hand. In slow rhythmic sweeps, they exposed a pattern incised into the stone's upper face, parallel grooves running the full width of the plinth, intersected by a single line that curved across them in a shallow arc. No one recognized the motif, but all felt the same unease. The design was too precise to be decoration. It looked instead like a mark of instruction, a guide for positioning the blocks above. When the divers surfaced, the sea had brightened into full morning, the light fractured into 1,000 points by the wavelets. The lead diver removed her mask and rested it on the deck, her gaze unfocused. "It's engineered," she said finally, and the sentence felt both inadequate and too much. The survey team returned to the arches again and again, each descent confirming the same impossible details. In the second span, the keystone was missing, a gap in the crown that looked almost surgical. The blocks to either side retained their alignment, held in place by the same tight friction that anchored the intact arches. Along the exposed interior face, a set of shallow recesses had been carved into the adjoining stones, niches so uniform they looked molded rather than cut. A diver traced the recesses with a fingertip, half expecting the touch to provoke some response. The stone remained cold and silent. To the west, the third arch leaned fractionally, its southern pier sunk deeper into the seabed, yet the curvature held. The blocks had shifted together, settling into a new equilibrium, as though the structure were reluctant to concede its design to gravity. Coral had colonized every surface in dense living drapery, obscuring the lines but never breaking them. In the lamplight, the colonies glowed with a softness that seemed almost to protect what lay beneath. At dusk, the team gathered in the control tent to review the day's footage. On the screens, the arches stood in their improbable grace, coral-bound and intact. No one could say who had placed them there, or why such architecture had been left in a place where no tradition recorded its construction. Theories rose and fell in tentative conversation, fragments of speculation about seafaring cultures, lost settlements, maritime sanctuaries that predated all known chronicles, but none could account for the singularity of the arches. They were too finished, too serene in their persistence. That night, as the Gulf Stream brushed the hull in long exhalations, the lead diver stood alone at the rail. She watched the surface smooth into darkness, and thought of the keystone missing from the second span. The absence felt more deliberate than any presence, as if the builders had left it undone on purpose, a gesture incomplete so that no witness could ever claim the work was wholly theirs. The stars came out one by one. Somewhere beneath them the archers waited in their hush, content to remain misunderstood, certain that no telling could exhaust the fact of their being. By the second dawn, the sea had shifted into a slow heave, each swell rolling under the hull, with a heaviness that made the deck plates groan. The team moved with subdued deliberation, as though the arches themselves had imposed a hush that neither wind nor motion could disturb. No one voiced the questions that had haunted the expedition since the first descent. Who had shaped the spans and why had they left no trace of themselves, except the impossible neatness of those joints? The divers prepared the scanning rig in near silence, their headlamps blinking in the grey pre-dawn. Today's plan was to capture high-resolution photogrammetry of each arch, a survey that would allow the structures to be modelled in 3 dimensions with tolerances fine enough to measure deflection and settlement. A digital record might not solve the riddle, but it would at least anchor it in something that could be studied without the distortions of memory. When the submersible cameras dipped below the surface, the light thinned into green gradients, a silt-hazed clarity that felt more intimate than open water. The arches emerged in slow revelation. Even from a distance, the geometry imposed itself on the eye, a discipline of proportion that seemed more deliberate the longer one stared. The lead diver guided the array in gentle arcs across the first span. The keystone once again showed no sign of fracture or wear, as though the currents that had scoured everything else along the shelf had deferred to its integrity. They began at the western pier, recording every seam between the limestone blocks. In the lamp's raking beams, tool marks became visible, shallow striations crossing the faces at uniform intervals. The spacing was too regular to be the work of wave action or the slow abrasion of sand. Each line was the width of a thumbprint, angled in a single direction, and so finely cut that the diver tracing them with a probe felt the sensation of a line drawn across the skin. He paused with the instrument hovering above the groove, seized by the certainty that the mark had been made with intention as clear as any signature. Near the base of the same pier, the silt receded under the current to expose something new, a shallow channel incised into the foundation block. It measured perhaps a hand's breadth across, running in a smooth arc from the plinth's outer edge toward the interior of the span. When the probe followed it, the channel terminated in a small circular depression, too symmetrical to be a natural pocket. The diver marked the coordinates and moved on, but the image lingered in his mind. A pathway, or a socket, meant to receive something now vanished. The central arch proved more enigmatic still. The missing keystone revealed the internal bedding of the adjoining stones, narrow ledges cut into the upper faces, their surfaces beveled so that the absent block would have seated in perfect alignment. Along these bedding planes, a series of small pits repeated in a pattern no one could decipher. They were too shallow for dowels or cramps, too deliberate in spacing to be incidental. One diver pressed a finger into a pit, and felt the same scale of proportion as the grooves, a precision too fine to belong to accident. When the photogrammetry was complete, the divers assembled near the third arch, the one that leaned fractionally into the seafloor's drift. From the surface its deflection was invisible, but up close the tilt was undeniable. And yet, even under that strain, the curvature had not collapsed. The joints remained locked, the stones wedged so completely that no settlement line cracked the arch's silhouette. A diver passed his lamp across the crown, illuminating the coral colonies clinging to the upper courses. The polyps pulsed and contracted in the light, an organism sheltering a structure whose age no one could yet measure. As the team began their ascent, one diver lingered below the span's belly, watching the curve fade into darkness. For a moment he imagined he could feel the presence of something older than any architecture he had ever studied, some quiet accord between stone and sea that had nothing to do with utility or ritual. The arches were neither bridge nor vault, neither temple nor tomb. They were simply there, as though the act of making them had been its own justification. When he surfaced, the sky had cleared to an indifferent blue, the swell still rolling under the hull. On deck, the technicians began the slow process of compiling the data into composite models. The screens filled with thousands of overlapping points, coordinates that described the arches so precisely they could be rotated, measured, and sectioned as if the structures had been lifted bodily from the seabed. Yet even in that abstraction, the mystery held. The models could record every line, every groove and depression, but they could not supply the purpose that had driven someone to build with such certainty and then depart without leaving any other trace. Late in the afternoon, as the tide turned, the lead diver stood at the starboard rail. In her hand, she held a printout of the central arch's profile, the vacant space where the keystone should have rested, the alignment of the bedding planes so perfect that it seemed almost provocative. She wondered if the missing block had been removed, or if it had never been placed at all, whether the absence was an accident, a theft, or a message. The sun sank behind a curtain of cloud, casting the sea into pewter darkness. Somewhere below, the arches waited in their coral shrouds. They did not appear damaged. They did not appear abandoned. They simply existed in a state beyond interpretation, enduring without explanation. When the wind freshened, and the first spray flecked the deck, she closed her hand around the image, and felt with a certainty that defied logic, that the arches were not remnants. They were an inheritance, one that had never required understanding. Only the willingness to look without insisting the answer must be waiting to be found. The third morning rose bright and windless, the sky polished to a hard blue that gave no quarter to shadows. The team moved through their preparations without speaking more than necessary, each step conducted with a precision that mirrored the structures they were about to revisit. Even the newcomers, technicians flown in overnight to replace a faulty sonar processor, seemed subdued, their curiosity tempered by the unspoken understanding that what waited below was not merely unusual, but something that resisted any easy inclusion in the known record. Today's plan was the most ambitious yet. The divers would deploy a sub-bottom profiler along the length of the central arch, hoping to map whatever lay beneath the plinths themselves. If the structures had been set upon foundations or anchored to buried courses, it would argue for an engineering sophistication no culture in the region had ever claimed. If, on the other hand, the arches rested directly on bedrock, it might suggest they were part of some submerged natural fracture, later worked into their present form. No one dared guess which outcome they preferred. The submersible cameras slipped under the swell with the same reluctant grace as before. The water was clearer now, the currents having calmed in the night, and the arches emerged with a clarity so startling it made the divers pause in their descent. In the high contrast of morning, the keystone gap in the central span looked less like a loss and more like an omission, an unfinished note in an otherwise perfect chord. The sub-bottom profiler was maneuvered into position, its instrument sled gliding across the silt with small puffs of disturbed grit. Each pass sent acoustic pulses into the substrate, their echoes recorded in pale green lines across the monitor's topside. At first the readouts showed little more than the expected sediment, layered fans of deposition laid down over centuries. But as the sled moved across the midpoint of the arch, a deeper return flickered across the display. A plane of denser material lay beneath the plinths, broader than the span above, its margins too regular to be dismissed as a random shelf of lithified sand. One of the technicians leaned closer, tracing the line with a stylus. The layer was continuous under all three arches, forming a platform whose depth and lateral extent had never appeared in any prior survey of the shelf. It was, by all appearances, a prepared foundation, yet no comparable example existed in the known record of Caribbean prehistory. The realization moved across the control tent in a hush that made the clicking of the data loggers seem indecently loud. Below, the divers worked in pairs, documenting every detail of the visible construction. On the western pier of the intact arch, a diver's lamp revealed something new, a row of shallow cavities just above the silt line, each no larger than a fist, and spaced with the same implausible regularity that defined every other feature. She brushed the nearest depression clear of algae, and felt the smoothness of the cut. At the back of the cavity, a smaller recess nested within it, like an echo of the larger form. The structure was too precise to be an accidental void, and too shallow to serve as a mortise for any known fastening. She marked the location and continued, but the shape stayed in her thoughts, a negative imprint of something that must once have fit there, a presence only legible by its absence. On the deck above, the project lead noted the coordinates in the logbook, her pen moving in small deliberate strokes, as though she were reluctant to write the words that would make the discovery real. In the afternoon, a second team approached the leaning arch. With the tide at its slackest, the angle of settlement was visible even to the naked eye, a delicate cant that had somehow not deformed the curve itself. The divers measured the displacement, confirming the pier had sunk more than 40 centimeters deeper into the substrate than its mate. Yet even under that strain, the keystone and adjacent blocks remained locked in place, their seams unbreached. At the apex of the arch, a patch of coral had died away, revealing a faint incised groove running along the crown. The line curved in a shallow arc that terminated in a single dot, an abstract flourish that made no sense as ornament or notation. A diver rested his gloved hand over it, feeling the chill of the limestone through the thin neoprene. He had the impression, unshakable, though he knew better, that the mark was less a decoration than a signature, a gesture left not to explain, but simply to declare that the work was done. When the day's final ascent was called, the divers lingered under the arches for several long breaths. The lamplight played across the coral, and the cut stones in soft refractions, the color and shadow blending into an effect that was almost tender. No one tried to speak over the comms. There was nothing left to say that would not shrink the mystery into something that could be claimed or catalogued. As they surfaced, the western horizon had begun to gather a haze of cloud, the first sign of weather that might soon end the expedition. On the deck, the team removed their masks and leaned against the rail, faces turned toward the stretch of water that now contained more questions than any of them had believed possible. In the lab, the sub-bottom profiles were compiled into a single composite image. The foundation slab glowed in false color against the silt, broad, unbroken, deliberate. Its proportions echoed the arches above so exactly that the sense of intention seemed inescapable. It was, one geologist remarked in a hushed voice, the work of builders who had understood both weight and time, who had planned not merely for endurance but for a form of permanence that approached defiance. That evening, as the first gusts of wind rippled the anchorage, the lead diver remained in the control tent long after the others had turned in. On the monitor, the arches flickered in soft grey, each span as unbothered by scrutiny as the day it had first been set in place. She rested her hand on the edge of the console, and felt, without sentimentality, that the arches would remain, whether or not any living witness ever returned to stand beneath them. Their purpose was complete, and their silence was only the final expression of a craft that had never required explanation. By the fourth morning, the weather had begun to shift in earnest. A low swell rolled out of the east, bumping the hull in slow, patient impacts that rattled loose fixtures in the lab and made the equipment sway in its mounts. The forecast promised a squall by evening. The team gathered at dawn for what they knew would likely be their final descent. No one admitted to regret or anticipation. There was only the quiet conviction that whatever they left undocumented would remain unchanged, waiting beneath the silt for the next witness. Whether in a year or a century, the divers prepared their rigs in a hush, broken only by the rattle of tanks and the muted exchange of checklists. Today's objective was simple: to capture the last unresolved details of the foundation slab beneath the arches, and to sample the coral layers that had colonized the keystones. The samples themselves might yield nothing of consequence, just the accumulated growth of centuries, but in a place so determined to resist explanation, even small proofs of age felt necessary. When the submersible slipped beneath the first swell, the water closed over it with a finality that felt ceremonial. The cameras flickered and steadied, and the arches rose into view one last time. Even after days of scrutiny, the structures retained the power to disarm expectation. Their lines were too clear, too balanced, to belong comfortably to anything so ungovernable as the sea. The first diver descended along the western pier of the central arch, the one with the missing keystone. He carried a sampling rig with a hollow core designed to preserve the delicate lamination of the coral sheath. As he positioned the instrument, his lamp swept the upper blocks, illuminating a detail none of them had noticed before. Just below the crown, a narrow band of incised marks circled the arch's curve. The groove was shallow, barely deeper than a fingernail, but it traced the entire width of the block in an unbroken line. At equidistant intervals, the groove deepened into short vertical notches, 6 in total, each no larger than a thumbprint. He paused with the core braced against the stone, staring at the pattern. The marks were too clean to be erosion, too deliberate to be dismissed as a fluke of the chisel, and yet they offered no decipherable meaning, no correspondence to any known system of measurement or notation. He keyed his mic and spoke only the coordinates. Above, the project lead noted the time in the log, her pen hovering for a moment over the column labeled interpretation, before moving on without adding a word. When the sample was secured, the diver backed away, unwilling to linger under the vacant crown. The second team was already at work on the foundation slab. Their lamps caught the faint undulation of the silt, as the probes traced the perimeter of the buried platform. The slab proved larger than any prior survey had implied, more than 15 meters across, its edges chamfered into a taper so precise it looked machined. The southern margin extended beyond the limits of the foundation visible on sonar. When the diver's gloved hand swept the silt aside, the slab continued, unbroken, toward the deeper seafloor. A second diver adjusted her lamp to illuminate the beveled edge. Under the clean beam, the limestone resolved into a plane so flat it reflected light in a cold opalescent sheen. Along the face of the chamfer, a single line of tool marks crossed the grain, diagonal incisions so regular they could have been laid down by a jig. No natural process could have created them. No untrained hand could have repeated them so faithfully over such a span. She raised her probe to record the depth of the cuts, feeling a calm that bordered on resignation. This was not evidence meant to persuade. It was simply the last confirmation of a fact the arches themselves had never concealed. They were the product of a mind or culture that had understood permanence as an obligation. Near the leaning arch, the third team documented the coral that had encased the keystone. In places the colony was nearly a meter thick, an accretion of generations layered in soft spirals. Yet even here, at the outermost skin of life, the lines of the arch asserted themselves. The coral grew along the seams without dislodging them, following the curvature in obedient contours as though the living tissue recognized a boundary it could not transgress. A diver pressed her hand to the colony's surface, and felt its texture yield and return, a fragile transient thing wrapped around something that had not changed in all the time the coral had flourished. When the call came to begin the ascent, no one hurried. Each diver passed along the line of arches one final time, pausing at the places where the gaps and recesses spoke in their quiet grammar of absence. The water was gentler now, the tide near slack, and the visibility had sharpened to a clarity that made the structures look nearer than they were. For a few moments, the divers hovered without moving, each lamp trained on a different span. In that hush, it was possible to believe the arches were not relics at all, but the unfinished prelude to a story the sea had simply chosen never to complete. When the last fin cleared the water, the wind rose in a soft keening, as though the ocean itself had exhaled. The divers stripped their gear on the deck in silence. One by one they turned to look over the rail at the place where the archers waited, invisible under the restless water. No one reached for a camera. The images were already too exact to need another record. In the control tent, the project lead closed the final file and powered down the monitors. The green lines of the sonar faded into darkness. She remained seated a while longer, her hand resting on the console. There was nothing left to plan, nothing left to test. The archers had offered everything they intended to offer, and nothing more. As the ship turned east for the long run back to harbor, she stepped out into the cold, salt-laden wind. Somewhere below the spans remained, coral-bound, unclaimed and unchanged, and in their persistence lay a kind of quiet absolution. They did not need to be believed or explained. They only needed to be seen once, to prove that such patience was possible. The first images came from a survey drone, skimming the Ryukyu Trench, its sensors set to chart the contours of a fault scarp known to shed debris in slow, ceaseless avalanches. The operators watching from their lab in Naha expected little more than the familiar cascade of collapsed terraces and jumbled boulders. But in the drone's fifth pass, the sonar returned a silhouette no landslide could explain. A monolithic wall rising sheer from the trench floor, its face so straight it might have been quarried and set in place by a hand the ocean had long since buried. At first, no one believed it. The bathymetry was rerun, the data reprocessed, the equipment recalibrated. But every repetition yielded the same impossible lines. The wall was nearly 20 meters high, its crest squared as cleanly as a parapet. Along its base, A field of debris fanned outward, but the blocks there were not random in their fall. They lay arranged in parallel ranks, as though once part of a larger structure, shaken loose by an earthquake no record had preserved. Funding was secured within weeks, though the institutions underwriting the expedition insisted the findings remain embargoed until verification. A ship departed from Okinawa in early spring, carrying a crew accustomed to volcanic ridges and the slow violence of the trenches, but even the most seasoned among them admitted, in private, that the sonar image had unsettled them. It was too precise, too confident in its geometry. The descent was conducted by remote vehicle, the hull of the craft, a matte skin designed to resist the trench's weight. As it slipped below the thermocline, the water darkened in thick gradients of blue and grey, until the lamps ignited, scattering the silt in pale streamers. For a long interval, there was nothing but the familiar scree and collapsed shelves of the Ryukyu slope. And then the wall emerged from the dark, a face of black basalt rising in a single unbroken plane. The vehicle hovered, its cameras panning slowly across the expanse. The basalt was not the crude fracture of a cliff face. It was dressed stone, each block shaped into regular proportions, and fitted with a join so fine, the seams vanished beneath the silt. At measured intervals, the wall receded in stepped setbacks, broad ledges, that suggested battlements or terraces. The structure's upper edge was obscured by shadow, but in the lowest courses, the lights revealed something more impossible still. Shallow reliefs cut into the stone, their edges softened by centuries of abrasion, but still legible as intention. The pilot steadied the vehicle and brought the cameras closer. The carvings were arranged in a repeating pattern, narrow lozenges nested in rectangles, the figures stacked in vertical ranks. No known iconography matched them. They were neither script nor decoration, but a design that seemed to record some logic of placement no one could decipher. A hush settled over the control room as each detail resolved on the monitors. No one reached for the comm. The presence of the place was too complete to admit the distraction of speech. When the vehicle drifted upward along the wall, more reliefs emerged, step triangles scored with parallel grooves, circular depressions ringed with radiating lines. The camera panned left and caught the edge of a breach, an opening in the wall no wider than a doorway, its lintel a single slab of basalt that must have weighed more than any crane could have lifted. The opening was black inside, a darkness that swallowed the lamp beams without return. The pilot held the vehicle steady at the threshold. For a moment the silence on the feed felt so profound that it seemed to pull the watchers toward it. Then a tremor passed through the structure, a vibration so low it translated more as pressure than sound. The vehicle's depth gauge flickered, then stabilized. The darkness remained unchanged. They did not enter. The mission protocols forbade penetration of any unscanned void. Instead, the cameras swept the breach in slow passes, recording the scoured threshold and the way the silt fell away from the opening, as though something within still drew the currents inward. On the final pass, the pilot angled the lights upward. The lintel gleamed, uncracked, the edges beveled to a polish that reflected the beam in two clean planes. When the vehicle rose, the basalt wall receded in slow gradients, each setback disappearing into darkness, until the face became just another contour in the trench's gloom. Only the line of the parapet remained, a silhouette too straight to be anything but deliberate. On the deck, the wind had risen, combing the waves into long ridges of foam. The project lead stood by the monitors, her hand still resting on the console. No one had suggested a name for what they had seen. The word fortress passed among them in low voices, but no one wrote it in the log. Naming felt like an imposition on a place that had never required the attention of those above. As the ship turned east to ride out the weather, the lights of the control room dimmed one by one. The last image frozen on the main screen was the breach, black as an unlit corridor, its edges too clean to be accident. The lead closed her eyes, and felt the shape of it settle in her thoughts like a weight. Whatever purpose the basalt fortress had served, it remained intact beneath the silt, untroubled by the centuries, indifferent to the questions that would never exhaust it. The second survey began in the hours before dawn, when the sea was a skin of unbroken slate. The vessel floated directly above the coordinates of the basalt wall, its deck lights casting pale reflections over the swell. Inside the control tent, the operators worked with the restraint of people who knew that anything resembling certainty had already slipped their grasp. The reliefs had unsettled them, but it was the breach, its unlit depth, and the sense of deliberation in its proportions that had left a deeper impression than any recording could erase. When the vehicle was deployed, the water closed over it without a ripple. The descent passed in a hush, broken only by the slow accumulation of pressure along the hull. Each 100 meters was marked by a quiet chime from the altimeter, the intervals counting down in patient increments until the trench's slope rose from darkness to meet them. The wall appeared gradually, first as an absence where the sonar returned nothing but flat plains, then as a glint of black basalt resolving into clean courses of stone. The pilot guided the vehicle along the face, scanning each ledge with a higher resolution array. From this closer vantage, the blocks revealed details that had escaped notice on the first dive. Along the edges of each setback, rows of drill holes punctuated the stone, tiny perfect circles, no wider than a finger, each placed at even intervals. Their depth was impossible to measure without disturbing the surface, but the regularity was unmistakable. Someone had marked the stone with a precision that implied purpose rather than convenience. At the base of the breach, a thin stream of silt drifted inward, as though the interior swallowed any current that passed the threshold. The cameras paused there, lenses adjusting to the contrast between the glare of the lights and the darkness beyond. The void did not reflect. Even at full gain, the sensors returned no contour or suggestion of an interior wall. The darkness was not emptiness, but a density the lamps could not pierce. A diver on the surface, watching the feed in real time, remarked that the opening looked less like an entrance than an aperture, an eye set into the flank of the fortress, unblinking and indifferent. No one contradicted him. The pilot eased the vehicle laterally along the threshold. Just inside the breach, a shallow recess had been cut into the lintel. The shape was hard to discern, a partial circle with a line crossing it at an angle, something between a pictogram and a marking. It was not large, perhaps the span of a palm, but in the scale of the fortress, it felt deliberate in the way only something small and exact can. A geologist leaned close to the screen, searching for familiar tooling, but the edges were too smooth, the groove too uniform. If it was a carving, it had been done with a steadiness of force no handheld implement could match. Past the breach, the vehicle ascended along the vertical face. The reliefs multiplied as they rose, arranged in bands that wrapped the wall like a procession. Some had weathered into mere impressions, their grooves softened by centuries of scouring currents. Others remained almost pristine, the lozenges and nested triangles incised so deeply that the darkness pooled inside their lines even under direct light. No coral clung to these carvings, no sediment filled them. It was as though the fortress permitted nothing to colonize its declarations. At the final ledge before the parapet disappeared into silt, the pilot held position. A long low platform projected from the wall, a shelf so uniform it looked like an altar. On its upper surface, a lattice of channels interlaced in a repeating grid. Each groove measured the same width. Each intersection formed the same shallow socket. The configuration suggested something designed to be set in place, panels or stones, or perhaps some apparatus that no longer remained. But even empty, the grid radiated a clarity of purpose. The project lead made a note of the coordinates, her pen leaving a small tremor on the page. In the stillness of the control tent, she realized she was holding her breath. For an instant, she had the unreasonable conviction that the fortress had been built not for the sake of function, but to be encountered in precisely this way, by strangers who would never fully grasp its intention, who would feel that incomprehension not as failure, but as the final proof of the place's completeness. The ascent was conducted in slow silence. As the vehicle rose past the breach, the darkness receded without any change, as though it had never been disturbed by the lights at all. The basalt face diminished in the camera's view, the ledges folding into shadow until the entire structure became again only a rumor among the trench's contours. When the vehicle breached the surface, the wind had freshened, setting the sea in a slow-motion dance of silver peaks and blue troughs. The deckhands secured the crane cables without speaking. The divers removed their headsets and set them aside as if they were too heavy to carry any farther. Inside the lab, the images were catalogued, each frame logged under a heading that felt increasingly provisional. No one called it a fortress aloud. The label had a precision the place did not pretend to deserve. The basalt wall, the breach, the incisions, these were facts, but they were not an explanation. In the last hour before dusk, the project lead stood alone by the rail. The wind had turned colder, carrying the memory of deeper currents. She looked west toward the Ryukyu Trench, and felt that whatever intention had shaped that wall had never required witnesses. The fortress did not care whether it was measured or named. It had been enough to exist, untranslated, unclaimed, enduring in the dark, as though endurance itself were the only answer it had ever needed to give. The third descent was delayed by weather. For 2 days, the Ryukyu Trench lay hidden under a wind that broke the sea into white shards. The vessel held its position in slow, ragged arcs, the bow yawing into each swell with a creak of protest. During the enforced wait, the crew spent long hours reviewing the footage in the dim hush of the control tent. Each replay of the basalt wall only sharpened the conviction that whatever purpose it served had never depended on recognition. By the time the wind fell, dawn was already spreading in a dull grey sheet across the water. The operators moved without discussion, their routine as practiced as ritual. The submersible was deployed in the hour before full light, its hull glinting dully before vanishing under the waves. As the cameras dropped through the silted darkness, the fortress resolved with the same improbable clarity. The wall stood unchanged, its ledges bare, its breach still opening into a depth no lamp could fill. But today's objective was not the face of the wall. The team had decided to trace its base beyond the field of fallen blocks, to see whether the foundation was a true footing sunk into the slope or some deeper terrace that the previous surveys had failed to chart. The vehicle settled along the southern flank, the cameras sweeping across the talus of dislodged stone. Even here, among the debris, the same geometry reasserted itself. The fallen blocks were not random in their orientation. Each lay aligned in parallel, as though the collapse had occurred not by accident, but by some slow intentional subsidence. A diver watching the feed from the tent murmured that it looked staged, but the words fell into the hush without reply. The pilot advanced the cameras across the margin where the debris met the intact wall. There, partially buried in a slope of fine sediment, the foundation revealed itself. The base was a continuous plinth, one unbroken course of basalt so broad it extended meters beyond the vertical face. Its upper surface was beveled into a shallow incline that shed the silt in a thin, persistent sheet. Along its outer edge, a sequence of rectangular niches punctuated the stone at regular intervals. The manipulator arm extended, brushing aside a drift of sediment from one of the recesses. Inside, a series of incisions were arranged in a nested grid, small shallow marks scored into the stone in a pattern that evoked neither script nor ornament. They were too uniform to be incidental, too abstract to be simply decorative. A technician in the lab counted them aloud, 6 rows of 6, each depression the same diameter and depth. The pattern repeated in every niche the cameras examined, as if to insist on a message no one could read. They followed the plinth along its full exposed length. In places, the fallen blocks had come to rest at an angle, wedged between the base and the slope as though braced by invisible hands. Even here, the edges remained crisp, the fracture lines clean but never chaotic. The geologist aboard the ship recorded the positions and dimensions with a composure that did not match the expression on her face. Each measurement defied what she knew about tectonic collapse. If this was ruin, it had been orchestrated with a precision more unsettling than any intact architecture. At the southern limit of the foundation, the cameras captured something no one had expected, a change in material. The basalt face ended in a clean vertical seam, beyond which the wall continued in a different stone, lighter, less dense. Its surface marbled with pale veins. This adjoining section had settled more deeply into the trench floor, its ledges partly buried under slides of silt. But where the two materials met, the join was exact. No taper or overlap broke the line, as if the builders had cut the stones to lock in perfect continuity. The vehicle hovered there, lamps sweeping back and forth across the seam. For a long interval, no one in the tent spoke. Iba padstend with bulgam bienta resum wanintav nutubal. It's seminded, the wanintav renuasixikal. The basalt and the veined stone gleamed in the lights, two elements reconciled in a union older than any record, indifferent to the logic that insisted they should not exist together in this place. When the pilot lifted the cameras to the breach again, the darkness inside seemed deeper than before, a void so complete it looked less like a passage, and more like an assertion. The intention behind it felt almost palpable, a threshold designed to remain unentered. A technician watching the feed felt her mouth go dry. She could not have said why, but she knew with the same certainty as the cold against her skin that crossing that line would be a transgression, not of safety but of some deeper prohibition. The ascent was slow, the vehicle easing away from the wall as if reluctant to leave. The fortress diminished in the camera's view, the ledges folding back into shadow one by one. At last, even the breach became only a darkness nested within darkness, its outline lost among the gradients of the trench. On deck, the wind had returned, brushing the surface into a confusion of ripples. The team stood scattered near the rail, each lost in private thoughts. When the project lead stepped back into the lab, she looked once more at the last frame frozen on the screen, the seam where basalt and marbled stone joined without explanation. She thought then of the other places she had studied, fortifications, temple platforms, burial mounds, and realized that the Black Basalt Fortress resembled none of them. It was not a ruin, not in any familiar sense. It was a construction that had never required inhabitants, only endurance. A testament built to remain whole, long after the memory of its purpose had dissolved. Outside, the sea darkened under gathering clouds. Somewhere far below, the fortress waited in its hush, patient as stone, content to remain complete without the witness of any living mind. By the time the final survey began, the trench had settled into a hush that felt almost conspiratorial. The winds had slackened, the swells smoothing themselves into long, slow undulations that rocked the vessel in a rhythm too regular to distract from the waiting descent. The team prepared without instruction. Everyone knew the routine by now, each checklist a gesture performed less for safety than as a last affirmation that some small measure of control remained. The submersible slipped below the surface, just before sunrise, the water closing around it, like a drawn curtain. The pilot watched the depth gauge tick downward, the light fading in incremental gradients, until the basalt wall emerged once more in the lamp's cold, unwavering glare. It looked unchanged, the ledges sharp as incisions, the breach still open like a silent summons. No one could decide to answer. Today's objective was to attempt a lateral mapping of the corridor beyond the threshold. They would not enter, but they would probe as far into the darkness as the vehicle's instruments could reach. As the cameras stabilized before the breach, a diver watching from the lab had the odd sense that the darkness itself regarded them, an aperture less vacant than vigilant. The pilot extended the sensor boom into the void. At first the return was only absence. No echo came back from the scanner, as though the space swallowed the pulses without reflection. Then at the very edge of range, a plane appeared, a surface perpendicular to the corridor, set perhaps 15 meters within. The data showed no relief, no recessed doorway or flanking walls, just a blank expanse of stone, as smooth as the fortress's outer face. The cameras panned left. Another surface resolved, this one at an angle, sloping away into darkness, unbroken by any visible join. Together the planes suggested a chamber shaped, not in right angles but in facets, each face joined in a geometry that refused the conventions of corridors or cells. The lead geologist leaned closer, squinting at the vector returns. "It's not a tunnel," she said quietly. "It's a volume, a shaped space." The pilot retracted the boom and steadied the lamps on the lintel. The incised mark above the breach was clearer now, a half circle crossed by a single line. Even magnified, the groove retained no trace of tooling, no chatter of percussion marks. It was as if the stone had been parted and closed again with the intention intact. The camera panned over the threshold one last time before rising away, the darkness following them without diminishing. They traced the parapet next, drifting along its full length to capture the boundary where the basalt merged into the lighter veined stone. The seam appeared more deliberate, the longer they studied it. The two materials met without overlap, the junction neither feathered nor keyed. It was simply joined, as if the builders had decided that two different stones should be fused into one continuous expression. Along the crest, where the ledge sloped into sediment, another set of shallow recesses appeared. Each was the same depth and diameter as the ones discovered near the base, repeating the nested grid in a scale that made no sense, neither decorative nor structural, yet too exact to be incidental. A diver in the lab said, almost to herself, that the pattern reminded her of a calibration template, an array designed to measure something, or to set a standard no one alive could name. No one contradicted her. The idea was no more unlikely than any other. When the cameras returned to the southern face, the pilot adjusted the lamps to rake the stone at an angle. The reliefs that had seemed abstract now resolved into new clarity. Some of the lozenges were inlaid with a substance darker than basalt, veins of material that gleamed dull and metallic, where the light struck them directly. A technician boosted the contrast, and the inlays appeared in stark relief, each a perfect parallelogram nested within its host shape. The metallic lines were continuous, running unbroken across the carved grooves in a network no corrosion had managed to interrupt. "Conductor," the geologist whispered. The word fell flat in the hush, too large and too small at once. The pilot rotated the cameras a final time across the wall's lower courses. The field of fallen blocks lay in their arrested collapse, each stone aligned in a vector too ordered to be random. And beyond them, the sea floor dropped away into the trench's true abyss, depths no survey had ever mapped in full. When the vehicle finally turned for ascent, the fortress receded in stages. The breach disappeared first, then the ledges, then the parapet itself. Only the silhouette remained, an outline so clean it looked less like a ruin, and more like a decision. A place that had been made to endure not as a monument to be visited, but as a fact to be reckoned with. The submersible broke the surface in the first grey light of evening. The wind had returned, sliding across the deck in a cold exhalation that smelled of brine and old stone. The team retrieved the craft in silence. No one remarked on the mission's completion. No one speculated about what the images meant. The lab was quiet except for the soft hum of drives as the data was secured. The project lead stood by the final composite render, watching the fortress unfold in digital clarity, each angle and plane resolved without ambiguity. The measurements were precise, the documentation complete. Yet in that perfection lay the proof that nothing essential had been understood. She thought of the breach and the unseen chamber beyond it, how the darkness had absorbed every attempt to illuminate it. For the first time in her career, she felt no impulse to interpret. The fortress had no obligation to explain itself, no debt to any witness. It was enough that it remained, unaltered by all the centuries and untroubled by the curiosity of those who came only to measure what could not be measured. The wind rose higher, rattling the rigging. She turned off the display, leaving the lab in darkness, and stepped out into the night. Somewhere below, the basalt walls waited, each seam intact, each recess untouched, and in that certainty was a quiet so profound it felt like absolution. The knowledge that some intentions had been fulfilled long before anyone arrived to ask their purpose. Long after the last images were archived, the sea closed over every threshold and corridor, as if none had ever been revealed. The wind returned in a hush that erased the footprints on the decks, and stilled the questions no logbook could contain. Somewhere beneath the swell, the basalt walls and coral arches, the mosaics and unclaimed chambers, resumed their patient concealment, certain in the knowledge that nothing essential had been disturbed. You have travelled with us across a span of ocean floors and drowned stone, along margins where memory dissolves and intention remains. You have seen the outlines of structures too deliberate to dismiss, and too silent to explain, vaulted chambers carved beneath the Azores, plinths that bear no inscriptions but their own endurance, tessellations that refuse to resolve into any known script. You have drifted past breaches that look back, watched recesses swallow the lamplight without reply, felt the hush gather in each place where certainty fails. If you have learned anything here, let it be that the world below us is not a museum waiting to be catalogued. It is a record of ambitions that never asked for understanding, a chronicle of designs that did not depend on our remembrance to be complete. Some places were not built to be interpreted. Some intentions were never written in any language that can be spoken aloud. Long after this voyage ends, long after the lights dim and the screens go dark, these ruins will remain. The arches will keep their span. The mosaics will keep their silence. The basalt walls will keep their threshold, content to wait in darkness until the ocean itself is no longer the same ocean. And perhaps that is the only answer worth carrying, that to witness something that endures beyond explanation is not a failure of comprehension, but a reminder that not everything that matters can be claimed by knowledge. Wherever you are tonight, whether the sea is near your door or only a dream beyond the windows, may the memory of these unseen underworlds remind you that some mysteries are meant to remain mysteries, and that sometimes simply knowing they exist is enough. Rest well, the ocean will keep its secrets.